Chapter 24-22, Great Attack of the Celestial King. The others only knew that Ling Han was overwhelmingly strong and could match a Celestial King, yet the Blue North King knew that while Ling Han was indeed strong, there was still a very large gap between his battle prowess and his own. Ling Han's battle prowess had just barely touched the line of the First Heaven Celestial King, while the Blue North King had cultivated for a great many years on First Heaven. By now he was already in late-stage First Heaven, so his battle prowess naturally far exceeded the former. Ling Han also had his own judgment. The Blue North King's vitality index was around 5,400 points, considerably higher than his, but with his tough physique he was completely capable of clashing with him. I just had a stroke of unusual luck, Ling Han stated evenly. The Blue North King was naturally not going to believe him. What kind of unusual luck could allow an ascending origin tier to possess strength that matched a Celestial King? Realization dawned on him. You must be one of the rumored monarch stars and consumed crimson demonic earth. That is why you have this kind of battle prowess. The vitality index of a monarch star was around 4,500, and after consuming crimson demonic earth, this could soar directly to 4,700. If he continued to consume it further, uncaring of the after effects, the vitality index could be boosted to a further level, reaching around 4,800 points. Even though this had not reached Celestial King tier level, there wouldn't be as large a gap anymore after all. This was the possibility that was closest to the truth that the Blue North King could think of. He was only a First Heaven Celestial King after all. He was not qualified at all to get in contact with that unique power of the heaven and earth yet, even if there was a considerable amount of crimson demonic earth here. Consuming crimson demonic earth would have completely no effect on a Celestial King, and this was set by the heaven and earth. Ling Han shrugged. Whatever you think. He paused. If you want to fight, I can oblige. If not, then don't keep me from my affairs either. These words were extremely impolite. He was practically saying, if we're not going to fight, then just get lost. The Blue North King's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Since he had become a Celestial King, Second Heaven or even Third Heaven Celestial Kings had not spoken to him in such a tone. His killing intent rose as he glared fixedly at Ling Han. His index finger moved slightly. The thought of killing this young prodigy rose up in his mind, and could not be dismissed. Youth, you are too arrogant, he declared menacingly. Ling Han laughed and rolled the muscles of his neck, shrugging. If you want to fight, let's get on with it. Don't blabber nonsense. His body art was extremely terrifying. With his movement, it was like a great beast of the primitive age had revived. The air reverberated, waves of power surging in all directions. Ping ping ping. Wherever the power waves surged past, everyone stumbled as if they were drunk, and quite a number had already flopped onto the ground. It should be known that all those that could make their way here had to be at the ascending origin tier. Only now did everyone have a deeper understanding. Ling Han, indeed, had strength that could match a Celestial King. This was too inconceivable. He had just started on the Celestial path, and already possessed Celestial King tier power. Then what about once he formed a Celestial seed and truly set foot in the Celestial King tier? Just how powerful would he be then? Just thinking about this possibility caused everyone's breathing to become heavy. This man had started an era, and set a record that might be one that no one would ever be able to break. The Blue North King humphed, his hands forming claws and flickering with a golden sheen. He had succeeded Dao through cultivating the regulations of metal, and was also connected with the regulations of metal. It meant that he was a part of the regulations of metal. When he moved, endless regulations of metal rushed towards and entwined around him, turning into 99 golden dragons, impressively powerful and exhibiting fully the bearing of a Celestial King. All Celestial Kings could use regulations per se, but the higher their cultivation level, the more regulations they could draw on, and naturally the greater their battle prowess would be. And regulations were the manifestation of the power of heaven and earth, a kind of law that represented the will of the heaven and earth. The rage of a Celestial King would be equivalent to the raging of the heaven and earth, which was unbelievably frightening. Everyone was sprawled out on the ground, but as long as they had formed a sliver of Celestial seed, they would be able to hold up against this kind of pressure. Ling Han was intrigued. Though he had slaughtered Celestial Kings before, that was all through lending the power of an external force. It was either the power of heaven and earth of the neutral zone or the unleashed might of the Black Tower. This time, would he be able to slaughter a Celestial King with his own power? The Blue North King moved, striking out with a claw. It enlarged endlessly, and it was as if this golden light was the only thing that remained in the realm. Ling Han released a battle cry, and used Fists of Fury once more. Incredibly aggressive, he clashed head-on with the Blue North King, not backing down in the slightest. The two of them fought fiercely from the ground all the way to the air. The people below them could only see endless lights exploding and flashing, as well as loud noises endlessly blasting like thunder. Some people wanted to soar into the air and watch from close quarters, but discovered that they could not rise into the air at all, because the paramount pressure belonging to Ling Han and the Blue North King filled their surroundings. If they rose into the air, they would sustain severe injury, and if they rose further, that would be opposing a Celestial King, and that naturally would result in their complete destruction. In the skies, Ling Han used all the power at his disposal, fighting to his heart's content. Celestial Kings were superior in terms of regulations. Hence, the Blue North King could extract a great amount of regulations of metal, and fill the area completely. Ling Han could not draw on any kind of regulations at all, and though he had a celestial physique and could use the flow of time, he too could completely exhaust his stores without the replenishment from the power of heaven and earth. Thus, in terms of regulations, Ling Han was being completely suppressed, but this was all right. In the first place, he did not fight by depending on the power of regulation. On the contrary, without the disturbance of regulations, he could focus his full attention on body art. Every punch and kick was the show of might of his physical power, allowing him to better use this kind of power. The longer he fought, the stronger he became. At times, he would use his own injuries to exchange for injuring his opponent. His style of fighting was completely unreasonable. It could not be helped. His physique was too tough. At the ordinary level of defense, it would equivalent to the lowest tier of the Celestial King tier, and once he actively channeled the indestructible Heaven Scroll, his defense could be further boosted madly, being completely capable of bearing up against the barrage of attacks from a Celestial King. Even the Blue North King was feeling a headache. He had never seen an opponent like this. The latter clearly had Celestial King tier battle prowess, yet used his own injuries to exchange for injuring his opponent, and fought in such a self-destructive manner. And what made him feel even more helpless was how Ling Han's defense was extremely tough, completely capable of bearing his attacks head-on, so whenever he moved he would be wary and dared not advance too deeply. What if Ling Han managed to take the chance to just mess around? Then, there really was a possibility that he would be injured. For a Celestial King to be wounded by an ascending origin tier, just what kind of extreme humiliation was that? And once he was wary when he attacked, it was even harder for the Blue North King to suppress Ling Han. He could not resolve the situation even after a long time, and the battle was still in a deadlock. At the beginning, the Blue North King had still been thinking that Ling Han had consumed the Crimson Demonic Earth, and there was no way he could maintain this state constantly. But after 2 hours of fighting, Ling Han was still energized and lively, and that was when he realized that something was off. He was a little annoyed. After fighting for so long, he actually still hadn't managed to suppress Ling Han. This was really embarrassing for him. Just how could this brat be so strong? The Blue North King's heart was filled with curiosity. By now, he could be certain that Ling Han had not consumed the Crimson Demonic Earth, but was rather using a different method to make his battle prowess leap. This caused his heart to throb wildly as a strong covetous desire rose up in him. He would definitely get hold of this secret technique, and it would definitely increase his strength countless times over. It was not impossible for him to suppress a second Heaven Celestial King, or match a third Heaven Celestial King. Humph. Blue North King's figure paused slightly. A celestial tree manifested behind him. He muttered a chant, and a golden moon rose up from the top of the tree, emanating thousands of golden lights and shadows. Ling Han was surprised. He discovered that his body seemed to have frozen, and he could not move the slightest muscle. Blue North King had released a powerful move. Chapter 24-23, Show of Might of the Divine Demon Sword. Ling Han concentrated and looked. The golden moonlight was completely filled with particles, and they were all golden in color. It was these golden particles that caused the moonlight to turn golden. He had a dawning realization. It should be these golden particles as well that rendered him incapable of movement. The Blue North King cultivated the regulations of metal, and had presently turned this entire area into a metal-aligned one. Being within this area, Ling Han naturally could not move. This was a great move and had to be powerful. The Blue North King naturally would not waste this kind of opportunity. He pounced and tapped out with a finger. A golden light shot out, turning into a sharp sword that stabbed out towards Ling Han's forehead, intending to pierce through his mind itself. Ling Han was unafraid, a smile appearing at the corners of his lips. The indestructible heaven scroll activated, and seals suddenly appeared on his body one after another, exuding a supreme aura that surpassed regulations. Puh. The sharp sword formed by the golden light stabbed Ling Han's forehead, creating an endless brilliance and forcing Ling Han to retreat continuously, yet it could not wound him in the slightest. Even a celestial king could not possibly maintain the channeling of such a great move continuously. The golden moonlight that filled the skies very soon disappeared, and Ling Han immediately recovered his mobility. Immediately he repaid the Blue North King with a punch of his own. 1. Immediately, a golden shield formed in front of the Blue North King, blocking this strike from Ling Han. However, a deep fist imprint was left behind on the shield. The shield trembled and turned into golden sand before disappearing. The Blue North King's hair fluttered, and turned into thousands of sharp arrows that shot forwards. Ling Han could not possibly channel the indestructible heaven scroll continuously either. Instantly he was pierced by the arrows, his physique tearing apart and celestial blood gushed out. Thankfully the arrows did not penetrate too deeply and could not cause too much damage to him. It could not be helped. In terms of battle prowess, it was indeed the Blue North King that was superior. But whether it was Blue North King or the spectators below, they could only watch in shock. A celestial king had already released a great move, and it had actually only managed to wound Ling Han slightly. Who would not be completely speechless and feeling helpless at this? Ling Han broke into a grin. Since you have used a great move, I'll show you one of mine. His right hand shook, and the divine demon sword was already summoned. Since the Black Tower could no longer be used, he had stowed the divine demon sword to be nurtured within his own body. Though he presently already possessed a heavenly venerate tool, that was still someone else's after all. Ling Han planned to forge a precious tool of his own. Hence, the divine demon sword had naturally become his first choice. Furthermore, only the divine demon sword could break through the level of celestial tool, and be used by a heavenly venerate. He was sure that the divine demon sword would become even sharper after bathing in celestial king blood. Divine metal? The Blue North King's eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of seriousness. But at the same time, there was also delight and a hint of jealousy. Because even he did not possess a celestial tool, yet a mere ascending origin tier actually had it, which made him, a great celestial king, feel emotionally unbalanced. But that was fine. As long as he killed Ling Han and plucked his soul, he would be able to obtain the secret of how the latter could be so unusually strong, and the celestial tool would naturally fall into his hands as well. I will take you down. The Blue North King moved, and a golden palm descended like a great mountain. Ling Han did not answer. His sword swept out, the sword chi shattering the heavens. His own battle prowess could not pose too much of a threat to the Blue North King, but it was a completely different story if he had a celestial tool in hand. This is just like how a 7-year-old kid would only be thrashed if he were to get into a fight with an adult. Even if the former managed to strike his opponent, it would not hurt much either. But what if this kid grasped a sharp sword in his hand then? Then even an adult would have to be wary and careful. Once he was touched by the sharp sword, his skin would definitely be broken and he would bleed. If his vital points were hit, it was not impossible for him to even die. The Blue North King was indeed extremely wary, and could only wrap regulations around his hand to resist the sword chi. But to actually clash head-on with a celestial tool with bare hands? That was a completely impossible feat, and even a celestial king would be dismembered. With sword in hand, Ling Han had actually turned the situation completely on its head. Even in a clash with a celestial king, he was not at a disadvantage either. In fact, it seemed like he would be turning around to suppress the latter instead. This? Everyone was once again stunned and dazed. Being capable of barely matching a celestial king was already a very inconceivable feat. What more when he looked like he would be turning around to beat down on the celestial king instead? Wasn't this just going to make their eyes pop out in shock? Ling Han released a battle cry, his right hand wielding the sword and using the heaven-destroying 9 swords, while his left hand curled into a fist, and was still using fists of fury. The greatest eternity everlasting physique was channeled. He exerted time acceleration effects on himself, and his speed began to burst madly. Even an ascending origin tier could not possibly catch a trace of him. This caused those ascending origin tiers to cower. If Ling Han wanted to kill them, he would only need to use extreme speed, and a casual sword strike would be enough to behead them. After all, even a celestial king did not dare to face this head-on, so wouldn't an ascending origin tier die with just a single strike? The red-clothed woman and the others were all trembling. It was they that had begged and pleaded, so the Blue North King had agreed to help them, but if the Blue North King was defeated or even severely wounded because of this, they would definitely have to bear the endless fury of the Blue North King in the future. How could Ling Han be this strong? How could he be this powerful? Was there any justice left in this world? The more Ling Han fought, the more proficient he became. A thought suddenly occurred to him. He took out a bit of crimson demonic earth with his left hand, and rubbed it on the divine demon sword. Since a weapon that was infused with crimson demonic earth could show even greater might, then would it have any effect on the divine demon sword? Unfortunately, the divine demon sword was still the same, and did not surge with greater power. The Blue North King did get a scare, however. He had thought Ling Han was going to unleash some great move, yet it was just a false alarm. He couldn't help but become angry and embarrassed. Someone as strong as a Celestial King had actually gotten a scare from an ascending origin tier. How could he bear that? He declared coldly, "Crimson demonic earth has no effect on Celestial King tier power. You are thinking too much." Ling Han gave an "oh." So that was the case. No wonder he did not see the Blue North King using any crimson demonic earth. It was not because the latter cared for his own reputation, but that it would have no effect at all. Then let's try another method. Ling Han stretched out a hand and took something out again. His left hand now held that dimension scroll. Then he extracted the energy within and poured it into the divine demon sword. Instantly, a clap of thunder suddenly sounded. Dark clouds spread out densely with terrifying lightning flashing in their depths. It was like the heavens were raging. The moment this heavenly tribulation took form, it would be a heavenly venerate tribulation. To say nothing of how the others were panicking and anxious to the extreme, even the Blue North King was extremely astonished. The extent of terror of this heavenly tribulation had already far surpassed his level, and he would not even dare to imagine it. Was it an 8th heaven tribulation? Or a 9th heaven tribulation? This was caused by Ling Han? As a mere ascending origin tier, how could he possibly summon a heavenly tribulation as he pleased? And such a frightening great heavenly tribulation at that? Thankfully, Ling Han did not dare act rashly either. If the heavenly venerate tribulation was really allowed to take form, he himself would be the first to be implicated. He hurriedly stopped extracting the energy, and the heavenly tribulation in the skies also stopped storing up power, but the dark clouds were not dispersing at all. At any moment, it was possible that a bolt of lightning would strike. Zzz. The divine demon sword was flickering with terrifying brilliance, exuding paramount pressure. Even the blade itself was trembling as if it was about to shatter. Void particle energy, one of the 6 great source powers of the Genesis world, heavenly venerable tier, and the divine demon sword was presently only a celestial tool. Sustaining this kind of terrifying power, it naturally was slightly unable to bear up. Ling Han laughed, brandishing the divine demon sword, and charged out again. Shio, a brilliant light was slashed out. This was not just the divine demon sword's own sharp sword chi, but also carried a sliver of void particle energy. How terrifying. There were 9 heavens in the Celestial King tier, and every single step forwards was as difficult as ascending the heavens. The gap among even 9th heaven Celestial Kings was extremely great, what more when void particle energy was at the heavenly venerable tier. Chapter 24-24. The Celestial King retreats in defeat. No matter how strong the Blue North King was, he was still just a 1st heaven Celestial King, and was worlds apart from heavenly venerable tier. How could he possibly match such ferocious might? His right arm suddenly stretched out, and a shield immediately formed in front of him. Pum. The sword chi sliced the shield, and with a loud, crisp noise, the shield was immediately shattered. The sword chi continued on its original course, practically undeterred. The Blue North King was stunned. He had not thought that mere sword chi would have such frightening destructive power. The defense that he had laid down might as well have been completely useless. He hurriedly turned his head to the side and dodged the sword chi. Shwa, the sword chi swept past, and a few strands of hair quietly drifted downwards. Ling Han had actually managed to slice a few hairs from the Blue North King's head. When the spectators below saw this, they felt a chill rise up from their limbs as numbness spread all over their scalps. Heavens, that was a Celestial King, yet Ling Han actually managed to cut off a few strands of his hair. Though it was just a few strands, a Celestial King had a lofty noble standing, and was an invincible god of war in everyone's eyes, Yet a few strands of his hair had actually been cut with a single sword strike. How could they believe this? This was heaven-defying. This was really heaven-defying. The Blue North King's expression was ice-cold. Not the slightest bit of anger could be seen from his expression. Only extreme calmness remained in his expression. What person that could become a celestial king did not have a willpower of iron? This power is very astounding, he said sincerely. Being capable of cutting a few strands of hair from his head was really hard to imagine. He was a celestial king, and had the grace to admit this fact. Ling Han laughed and waved his sword. You're not going to tell me now that you won't fight, right? I have never backed down from a battle, the Blue North King declared proudly. In a battle of equals he had never feared anyone. Then come battle. Ling Han charged out. The divine demon sword had been instilled with void particle energy, and would be able to burst out with frightening might for a short time, so he was confident that he would be able to defeat even a celestial king. The Blue North King had witnessed the might of the divine demon sword previously, and did not dare to face it head-on at all. After he retreated, he delivered a series of palm strikes, sending out palm strikes that were as massive as mountains as they descended on Ling Han. Ling Han casually blasted out sword chi. Ping ping ping. When every flash of sword chi sliced into a massive palm, the palm would immediately crumble. It could not withstand even a single blow. He advanced deeply and set off in hot pursuit of the Blue North King. The people below were all practically passing out from watching this. Just who exactly was the Celestial King here? How was it that it was an ascending origin tier was attacking a Celestial King? Their view on life was about to collapse. Actually, Ling Han had stronger trump cards which he had not played yet, and that was the Heaven and Earth origin stars. It could kill even low-tier Celestial Kings. But since he had the upper hand now, he naturally would not be willing to waste such a deadly weapon. After all, he did not have many Heaven and Earth origin stars on him either. The Blue North King roared out continuously, launching ultimate moves repeatedly, but in front of the divine demon sword, any technique was only wasted effort. On the other hand, it was now Ling Han that could pose a serious threat to him, yet he could do nothing to Ling Han. With his battle prowess, if he wanted to cause serious injury to Ling Han, he would have to attack him a few hundred times in succession at least, but how could this be possibly done? After fighting another 3 days, the Blue North King finally revealed fear. Ling Han's stamina was unending, and though the power of the divine demon sword was close to exhaustion, it could gain endless replenishment, and he could not find a hole to penetrate through it all. Furthermore, under Ling Han's continuous attacks, he had also been struck quite a number of times by the sword chi, so he was now covered with wounds, Celestial King blood spurting everywhere. Don't let it go to waste. Ling Han moved and gathered the blood that spilled from the Blue North King. Though this was not Celestial King blood essence, it was still extremely valuable, and was not too inferior as compared to a Celestial King tier great herb. The Blue North King's face was livid with fury. You gather my blood right in front of me. Is there anyone else like you? Those watching below were also speechless. What kind of person was this? To do something so despicable, was he planning to become deadly enemies with the Blue North King? Good. The Blue North King's whole body was trembling. He bounced back in retreat, and endless golden light surged out, forming golden mountains in front of him which blocked the sword chi one after another. He gritted his teeth, then actually turned and left. He had abandoned even his pride as a celestial king. He understood that if things went on in this manner, he would still be unable to kill Ling Han. Instead, it would place himself in a dangerous position. Then he might as well cease the battle. Of course, he was definitely not going to let this go. He left in a flurry of divine light that filled the skies, and was instantly gone from sight. This? Everyone could not speak. A celestial king had actually been forced to flee. He had fled. Who would have believed this? Even if they saw it with their own eyes, it felt like they were dreaming. If they heard others speak of this, they would definitely think that this was an extremely ridiculous joke. Ling Han withdrew his sword and stood, making no attempt to pursue. Firstly, his goal was the celestial fruits, and secondly, he would not be able to catch up. His battle prowess was actually slightly weaker than that of the Celestial King tier, but the divine demon sword was really too powerful now, and that was why he had attained such glorious accomplishments. Otherwise, it should be him that could not do anything against the Blue North King, though the Blue North King would not be able to kill him either. Husband. Ling Han. Huo and the other women all pounced. Though Ling Han had even killed celestial kings previously for their own safety, They had long since entered into the Black Tower, and had not witnessed it themselves. Furthermore, it was a display of Ling Han's true strength this time, which was even rarer and more valuable, and they were extremely excited at this. Ling Han smiled slightly. All right, let's harvest the fruits. And? The three women all nodded. This was a familiar path for the four of them. Very quickly they charged to the mountaintop, then climbed the cliff and arrived at the side of the celestial tree. Ling Han stretched out his hand first, and at the same time prepared himself to intercept. If this celestial tree was going to flee, he would move decisively, and snatch the celestial fruits. The celestial tree shook gently, and endless celestial chi rose up in an extremely beautiful display. A celestial fruit automatically left the tree, and fell into Ling Han's hand. When the celestial fruit fell into the hands of a living being, he would have to consume it as soon as possible, or it had to be concocted into a celestial king pill. Otherwise, it would soon evaporate into the heaven and earth. Ling Han immediately consumed the fruit. He might not need the celestial seed to sprout and grow, but he could study the celestial seed in his mind, and grasp the Tao of celestial king tier in advance. In fact, he was going to gather the essence of a great many celestial seeds, and form the most perfect celestial seed. An invincible seed. He stepped out of the way and the Empress took his place. The Empress stretched out her hand, her expression clearly bearing the domineering air that said, "If you dare not give one to me, I'll beat you till you burst." The celestial tree shuddered slightly and another fruit fell. The Empress grabbed it, consuming it directly. Nyo took her place. She giggled. "Stupid tree, if your fruits taste bad, Nyo will burn you." The celestial tree shook again as if it was expressing its displeasure. However, another fruit still fell. Nyo got hold of it and consumed it in a few chews. This taste was quite good and the little girl's eyes immediately lit up. She stretched out her hand and demanded another. Nyo still wants more. Those beneath them were all watching with both envy and speechlessness. There was no benefit to be gained even with more celestial seeds. Have you gotten addicted to the taste? The celestial tree was not willing to give a second fruit, so Nyo could only retreat gloomily. Bewitching Maiden Ro took her place. However, when the bewitching Maiden Ro stepped forwards, the celestial tree shook, and a fruit only dropped down after a very long time, as if it was hesitating whether or not to give a fruit. This should be because the bewitching Maiden Ro's performance was slightly subpar, and had not completely won the approval of the celestial tree. However, for better or worse, she was not disappointed. At this time Ling Han stretched out a hand again. Naturally, there was no reason that a celestial fruit should go to waste. Chapter 24-25. Ransacking the place of a celestial king. The celestial tree trembled lightly, and did not drop down another celestial fruit. It seemed to be saying that Ling Han had already obtained a celestial fruit, and no benefits would be gained from getting another. It was not willing to surrender another. Ling Han smiled and said, "I will concoct it into a celestial king pill, and will definitely not waste it." When these words fell, the celestial tree shuddered again, and then did something that Ling Han had not foreseen. It uprooted itself, and then a few thick roots coiled together as if they had formed into a few legs. Then it ran off in a flash. This speed was astonishingly fast. In just a few steps, it had already fled into the distance. Though Ling Han had already prepared himself to intercept, the moment the celestial tree moved, he found out why even the Blue North King had not interfered. It could not be stopped, it was really too fast. The celestial tree did not have very great battle prowess, nor did it have strong defense, but this speed was definitely supreme to all celestial kings. Perhaps only a fifth heaven celestial king and above could successfully intercept it. On the celestial path, this naturally could not possibly happen. There weren't even any fourth heaven celestial kings here, what more fifth heaven celestial kings? Ling Han sighed and could only settle for looking for the next celestial tree. Let's go. They descended from the cliff, and everyone was looking at Ling Han with extremely reverent gazes. This was a guy that could force even a celestial king into fleeing, and he himself hadn't even become a celestial king yet. The moment he set foot in this cultivation level, just how strong would his battle prowess be? The strongest celestial king in history? Ling Han swept a glance over them. Minor characters like the red-clothed woman and the others had long since fled. Clearly they feared that Ling Han would be calling them to account. Even a celestial king had fled, so what were they worth? Let's go to Blue North City. Since they had already feuded with the Blue North King, there was naturally no need to be reserved any longer. Ling Han brought the 3 women with him to Blue North City, barged directly into the Celestial King Manor, and then ransacked the entire manor. However, the Blue North King had only ascended Dao for just several billion years, and had too many descendants. Hence, his wealth was not very great, so as Ling Han and the others ransacked his abode, they were mumbling complaints that this Celestial King was really too poor. If the Blue North King heard this, he would probably be coughing up blood. "You guys have gone too far, haven't you?" This Celestial King did not return to his manor, and it was unknown where he had gone. Ling Han did not care either. At worst, they could have another battle. Just how big was Blue North City? The news of the Celestial King Manor being ransacked immediately spread through the entire city, and everyone was gaping with shock. They had not imagined that outsiders would actually be so ferocious, to actually beat a Celestial King into fleeing. There were also many people who did not believe it and ran to the Celestial King Manor. It was only when they discovered that all the guards had fled that they finally believed it. After their ransacking, Ling Han and his group continued on their journey. The celestial path would only open once every 10 billion years. This was a set arrangement of the heaven and earth. Then, it was extremely possible that there were many celestial trees here that would be blooming flowers and bearing fruits which would ripen at the same time. Thus, Ling Han decided to set out quickly. Otherwise, those like Ji Wuming were completely qualified to obtain the celestial seed with the help of Crimson Demonic Earth. If he did not rush, it was probable that he would end up with nothing. They set out on their way. While Ling Han and his group nurtured the celestial seed, they felt the change from the ascending origin tier to celestial king tier. After consuming the celestial fruit, there was only a single imprint, and this was the true celestial seed. If one used his own will to nurture it, communicating with great Tao, it would sprout and ultimately grow into a celestial tree. Ling Han and the others all had more ambitious pursuits, and had no plans of having this imprint turn into a celestial seed. They merely placed it in their minds and carefully observed it. Because they had ransacked the residence of the Blue North King, they were now falling behind other outsiders. Over a dozen days later, they arrived at the next city, and there was similarly a celestial king overseeing this city. Ling Han made his inquiries first, and discovered that there was no celestial tree here. Hence, they did not stop over and merely continued their journey. They simply hired a carriage and took their journey slowly and easily. In any case, they had a ride and they themselves could comprehend inside the carriage. A naturally complete celestial seed contained too many secrets. Though it was only a mark, it could manifest into countless possibilities. If we can fully comprehend the secrets of this celestial seed, we may be able to comprehend the secrets of the celestial king tier in advance, and would be able to use celestial king tier power to a certain extent, Ling Han said. The 3 women all nodded. This mark was naturally born from the heaven and earth, and contained the secrets of becoming a celestial king. Only if they truly comprehended the secrets within would they possibly be able to turn the mark into a celestial seed, in which it would grow and mature. And the key of all this was actually at the first step, comprehending the secret of the celestial king tier, and then using the celestial seed to communicate with the heaven and earth and extract the essence of regulations. They all cultivated carefully. Without a celestial seed, the celestial king tier seemed unrealistic and could not be touched at all. But now that they had a celestial seed, they could finally touch the threshold of the celestial king tier. Though it was only the threshold and there was still a long stretch for them to go. Day after day passed, and they felt that there was a certain level of increase to their strength. For Ling Han, this kind of increase wasn't actually of much help to raising his full battle prowess, because without becoming a celestial king, his vitality index in terms of regulations could never break through to 5,000 points. It was still his body art that was stronger. The 4 of them had reached an agreement. There should still be a transition stage between the celestial king tier and ascending origin tier, and this could be termed Pseudo-Celestial king tier. The strength of a Pseudo-Celestial king was extremely close to celestial king tier, but could not truly touch that threshold, because once vitality index reached 5,000 points, that would be the celestial king tier. A few months later they arrived in a new city. A piece of explosive news was heard here. A complete celestial seed had appeared. It was in the depths of an abandoned garden. From afar, a celestial herb could be glimpsed, and it bore a single celestial fruit. Its fragrance could be smelled from a range of 50 kilometers, and a great many people were cultivating outside the garden, absorbing the celestial seed shards within the fruity fragrance, and ultimately pieced out a single celestial seed. According to legends, the closer one got to the heart of the celestial path, the closer to flawlessness and perfection the celestial seed that appeared would be. Ling Han and his group immediately set out, journeying towards that garden. However, after traveling 3 days, the path ahead of them was cut off. The mountain path was steep and rocky, and there was a mysterious power flowing around, which stopped the progress of carriages. Hence, Ling Han told the coachman to wait there, while he and the 3 women continued onwards. Little Terror was looking listless. Ever since coming to the celestial path, its condition had not been very good. It was possible that this place was too close to the core of the celestial realm, and it, as a battle beast of the foreign realm, was feeling even greater repression. The 4 of them walked for over half a day's time, and arrived at the waist of the mountain. The way ahead of them suddenly opened up to a wide panorama, revealing a stretch of ruins that occupied an astonishing surface area. This should have been a beautiful sacred palace before, but most of the structures were already destroyed now, leaving behind remains of walls that were only half the height of an adult and stone pillars that had fallen onto the ground. However, it could still be seen how majestic and austere it had once been. Through these broken remains of the walls, it could be seen that there was a garden in the deepest corners of the palace courtyard. That place was already barren, but there was still a plant that was completely green like jade growing there. Its leaves looked like swords, with a dense purple mist spreading from it. From the first look, they knew that it was extraordinary. And at the very top of this plant, there was a crimson fruit. This was even more extraordinary as it was actually entwined in lightning, and this kind of lightning caused a powerful fright to rise up in their hearts even when they were looking at it from such a far distance. It was like they were faced with a heavenly tribulation. Lightning-aligned celestial seed. Ling Han and the others all concluded. Celestial seeds also had varying elemental alignments. For example, the celestial seed they had previously obtained was wood-aligned, and it should be that a single celestial tree or celestial herb could only bear celestial seeds of the same elemental alignment. Chapter 24-26, Scene of Ruins. When Ling Han looked around, there really were masses of people here. There were many heads of black hair as far as the eye could see. Of course, there were also oddities, people who had red, green, golden, or even other more outrageous colors of hair. These were mostly wild beasts taking human form. Though they now had human form, they were still different in the end. At present, everyone was extremely silent, and were seated around that ruined garden, as if there was a celestial king there that was presently passing on his teachings, and teaching them supreme knowledge. No one attempted to barge into the garden and pluck the celestial fruit. They seemed unusually well behaved. Ling Han glanced at the 3 women and nodded. "Let's go." The 4 of them strode forwards. They already possessed the mark of a celestial seed, and as they comprehended, their strength had increased, and was heading towards the level of Pseudo-Celestial King tier. Now they really feared no one. They were just about to pass the others when someone in front of them immediately shouted, "Don't you know the rules?" Ling Han smiled. "There are rules?" "Of course," that person declared proudly. "Without enough strength, you would not be qualified to even enter here. Do you see that side? Just stay there." He pointed at a corner. Ling Han looked over. That was already outside of the garden, and there were a great many people seated there too. However, there was clearly still a lot of empty space in the garden, yet they did not take another step further. Clearly, those were all weaker people, and that was why they could only stay outside. The fruity fragrance they could absorb there would naturally be considerably weaker. Ling Han turned back around and smilingly said, "I am very strong." "Pooh." That person scoffed. He had never seen such a shameless person that would actually praise himself. "Greetings, Grandmaster Ling." Their conversation had alerted those in the area, and when an outsider spotted Ling Han, he hurriedly stood up and bowed towards him respectfully. The reverence and fanaticism in his expression was practically about to spill over. Ling Han nodded very casually. "What is your name?" "I am Fu Dong," the person quickly replied in excitement. Though he was only an ascending origin tier, and could also advance into Celestial King tier himself, in front of Ling Han, he was willing to play the role of a lackey. It could not be helped. Not only was Ling Han a 5-star Grandmaster, his own battle prowess was even more terrifying. In the future he would definitely become the strongest Celestial King, or at least one of the strongest. Ling Han gave an O and stated smilingly, "Brother Fu." Fu Dong was even more excited. Who said that Ling Han was not an easy person to deal with? He's very polite. As for those that spread the gossip, they were just jealous. When the person from earlier saw this, his expression involuntarily changed to shock. He was a local resident of the Celestial Path, and naturally would not recognize or know of Ling Han, yet he knew Fu Dong because the latter had fought his way in with true strength, and had proven that he had the right to stay here and cultivate. But this kind of elite was actually so humble and modest in front of Ling Han, looking completely like he was willing to become a subordinate to him. This was enough proof of just how powerful Ling Han's strength was. He couldn't help but feel a sense of lingering fear. If he and Ling Han really came to blows, he would definitely be seeking his own humiliation. He hurriedly lowered his head and became a coward. "Hey, why are you sticking your head in the ground?" Huo asked delicately. He actually dared to look down on Nyo's Ling Han. Nyo expresses that Nyo is very angry, and is going to hit him when he is down. That person did not even dare to say a single word, and only pretended like he had not heard anything. Though this was very embarrassing, it was still much better than being pummeled in public. Ling Han merely smiled and did not take it to heart. He just looked at that jade-green celestial tree and the majestic mist of purple that was rising from it, which made it look extremely noble. He asked Fu Dong about the origins of this celestial tree, but the latter was not sure either. He had just arrived a month earlier himself, and only knew that the depths of this garden were extremely dangerous. Not one person had managed to barge their way in. "Do you see those damaged weapons there?" Fu Dong pointed at a few weapons that were scattered all around the celestial tree. They were a sword, a saber, a spear and a halberd, and they were stabbed into the ground. However, every single weapon was already damaged and their previous glory was concealed. As long as one gets too near, these weapons would show their might, which is very frightening. Fu Dong felt a sense of lingering fear, his face pale. "I have seen it with my own eyes." One person was very confident in his own strength, and wanted to forcefully barge in. As a result, that damaged saber automatically slashed out, its divine light dazzling over 5,000 kilometers, and directly cut that person so badly that both his form and spirit were destroyed. Ling Han nodded. Without protection that was strong enough, this celestial tree would not last until his arrival. "I'll try it out," Ling Han said to the three women. The three women all nodded. They knew that Ling Han's present strength was practically at the Celestial King tier, and added with the might of the divine demon sword, even a first heaven Celestial King had been chased off. This naturally qualified him to venture in. Fu Dong's expression was also feverish. He too was filled with confidence in Ling Han. He was one of the witnesses of the battle between Ling Han and the Blue North King. Though he had not seen much of it, with his strength, he had witnessed with his own eyes how the Blue North King had fled. Was that still not enough? The guy that had previously been scared out of his wits revealed a cold smirk. "He wants to barge in and pluck the fruit? You are just seeking death." Puh. He felt a sudden pain in his head, and was already sprawled down onto the ground. He flew into a rage and hurriedly got back to his feet again. He turned and saw Huo was clenching her little fist, glaring angrily at him. He was just about to flip out when a sudden chill rose up in his heart. Though he had been caught unawares, just how strong did she have to be able to strike him down with a single punch? With this in mind, his fury immediately subsided like floodwaters. He once again dipped his head and returned to being a coward. Ling Han was completely unconcerned about this kind of trifling matter. He merely stared ahead before striding forwards. His main goal was naturally to retrieve the celestial fruit, but the 4 broken weapons were also within his range of retrieval. Being capable of easily killing an ascending origin tier, these 4 weapons were probably forged from divine metal. Though they were now damaged, they still had powerful might. He was not interested in celestial tools, but divine metal could be swallowed by the divine demon sword, and it could continue its evolution. Another here to commit suicide. Hee, foolish outsider. He probably thinks that his strength is very great, yet has forgotten that this is the celestial path. As he passed, quite a number of people were sneering, but because they discovered that Ling Han was heading towards the celestial tree, they made no move to stop him. In any case, he would soon be killed, so why should they waste the effort? Ling Han's eyes swept over them, and a terrifying pressure spread out, instantly silencing all of them. These locals all exchanged looks, and they could see the shock and even fear in each other's expressions. How could there possibly be such a strong person in this world? They felt as if they had been glared at by a celestial king, and were almost scared out of their wits. Ling Han withdrew his gaze and continued onwards. He had just placed a foot within the 30-meter range of the celestial tree, and a dazzling light immediately rose up from the ground. Multiple veined patterns appeared on the ground, and when they joined together, they formed an extremely complex seal. Ling Han was surprised. He discovered that the environment around him had immediately changed. The ruined pillars were now complete and extremely tall. The broken walls were mended and looked like white jade. Beautiful and ornate designs covered them, emanating a divine air. Luxuriant flowers spread out like silk, leaves as green as jade. This looked like a paradise on earth. Ling Han knew that this was an image of this place from when it had been in its age of prosperity. Unfortunately, something had happened and this place had become a place of ruins. He exerted the power of time and attempted to trace history. The scene changed and the scene from eons ago truly appeared. Chapter 24-27, Fighting a Celestial Tool. Ling Han saw the scene of this palace at its age of greatest prosperity. There were beautiful palace maids walking in and out, soldiers bursting with exuberant youth patrolling back and forth, and finally, he saw a female celestial king, graceful, elegant, and enchanting. When he focused his eyes on her, this female celestial king actually looked back at him, a confused expression appearing on her face. What great strength! Ling Han was looking at her through time, and it actually managed to draw her notice. Crack! At this moment, a bolt of lightning descended, striking precisely on Ling Han's head. Instantly, everything was cut off. The jade walls, high pillars, and beautiful maids all vanished. That female celestial king was also gone from sight, and everything around returned to what Ling Han had originally seen: damaged, ruined, and miserable. Ling Han was stunned. Though that had not been a heavenly tribulation, it was also the heaven and earth interfering to cause a disturbance. He had glimpsed a powerful female celestial king through the ages, and had drawn the latter's notice. If this continued too long, it could possibly change history. Because that female celestial king was a ninth heaven celestial king. This kind of powerful being only needed a thought, and could make another choice on some important matter, which would very possibly affect history, change history, or even overturn history. The past could only be the past and could not be changed. The consequences involved would be too wide-ranging. Hence, the heaven and earth interfered, forcefully interrupting the possible contact that he could have had with that female celestial king. Ling Han was now even more curious. Just what great matter was this female celestial king hesitating over at that time? One choice could take her left and the other would take her right, and it was actually capable of influencing history. Never mind. He shook his head and continued onwards. One ahead of him, that damaged sword revived. It was entirely entwined by lightning that crackled and popped. Then it suddenly removed itself from the ground and floated in mid-air. The damaged sword did not immediately attack, and only slanted and turned, the tip of the sword pointing straight at Ling Han. It seemed like it was issuing a warning: don't come any closer or I won't be reserved. Ling Han did not move either, and only felt the aura emanated by this damaged sword. It was very strong. It definitely had the might of the first heaven celestial king tier, but Ling Han had a feeling that this was not the full might of the damaged sword. Once it was fully unleashed, that definitely was not just first heaven. It might be able to insta-kill even a third heaven celestial king. This was very normal. At that time, the female celestial king had been a ninth heaven celestial king. If these four celestial tools had all been her precious tools, their might naturally would not be limited to just the first heaven. Reaching eighth heaven or ninth heaven would be within reason as well. Ling Han shook his head internally. He had initially wanted to seize these four damaged weapons and use them to strengthen the divine demon sword, but from the look of things now, it would already be quite impressive if he managed to cross despite their resistance. No wonder even the celestial king here had not retrieved these four celestial tools. If it was a celestial seed, that would be one thing. In any case, a celestial king would not be able to use it either, but these were celestial tools. Even if one did not like this kind of shape, he could melt them down and reforge them again, forging them into a shape that he would like. It was not that he did not want to, it was that he could not do so. All around, everyone was no longer cultivating. Instead, their eyes were focused on Ling Han. The locals and outsiders had two completely different states of emotion. In the eyes of the locals, Ling Han was seeking his own death because even if it was a celestial king that had come to retrieve the damaged celestial tools, he could still put up a fight at the beginning, but as the battle continued, the celestial tools would suddenly unleash their might, and cause severe injury to that celestial king. And this celestial king who tried was a third heaven celestial king at that. From then onwards, this place had become a forbidden land for celestial kings. If ascending origin tiers wanted to pluck the celestial fruits, they would definitely be killed by the celestial tools. Meanwhile, the outsiders were filled with confidence in Ling Han. This guy was someone that had even managed to chase a celestial king away. Suppressing a few damaged celestial tools should be no issue for him. And amidst these differing emotions of the spectators, Ling Han took his first step. Instantly, the divine sword unleashed its might. It was like a king that had been challenged and suddenly sent out a strike. With a sweep of the blade, all heavens could be destroyed. Ling Han covered his whole body with power, and brandished his fists in a counterattack with a roar. Peng! When his fists landed on the sword's blade, Wang, a terrifying shock wave reverberated outwards. Puh! All those who had been swept by the shock wave turned pale, hacking out mouthfuls of blood. Only Huo and the Empress were exempted because they were already close to the height of Pseudo-Celestial King tier. They could just barely sustain the aftermath of a Celestial King tier battle. However, bewitching Maiden Ro was coughing up blood as well, though she had not spluttered it out. In this exchange, Ling Han slid backwards over 90 meters, creating deep grooves in the ground with his feet, and the damaged sword had also been struck backwards several dozen meters, but even while it was still retreating, it made a comeback and shot back to its original spot. It was still exuding a frightening aura directly aimed at Ling Han. Ling Han looked down and there was a trace of blood on his hand. Though the wound was not deep, there was still blood seeping out. The sword, on the other hand, was damaged, but that had been the case to begin with, and aside from that, it was completely unscratched. This was the first time that Ling Han had been at a disadvantage in terms of physique, though his opponent was only a weapon. He immediately made his judgment inwardly. In terms of battle prowess, the damaged sword that had not unleashed its might further was inferior to him, but the celestial tool was practically indestructible. Even a ninth heaven celestial king would find it very, very hard to damage it. In other words, the damaged sword was already invincible by nature. Hence, the best result would be Ling Han forcing the damaged sword into retreat, plucking the celestial fruits and then successfully retreating himself. It was impossible for him to suppress the celestial tool because his strength was still inadequate. Even if he truly became a celestial king, the damaged sword could still unleash its might for the second time. That power would be even more frightening, and could wound even a third heaven celestial king. There was no solution to this. Unless Ling Han could be even stronger and reach fourth heaven, fifth heaven, or an even higher cultivation level, the celestial tool would only be a celestial tool still. Furthermore, it was damaged, so its might would definitely be limited. Ling Han pulled himself together and walked forwards again. The damaged sword struck once more. A majestic flash of light slashed towards him, shaking the world. Ling Han shook his right hand, and the divine demon sword was summoned. Even if his present physique was extremely tough, he was still unqualified to clash head-on with a celestial tool. Ding ding ding. The divine demon sword and the damaged sword clashed endlessly, bursting with a boundless, dazzling light. Ling Han was incredibly aggressive. His left hand continued to use the flow of time, and it would affect either the damaged sword or himself. He had a complete grasp of the initiative, and was beating down on the damaged sword. Everyone was staring dumbfoundedly, especially those locals. They had never seen such a powerful ascending origin tier before. All of them were gaping widely. It was like they had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, the outsiders appeared very proud. These locals actually dared to look down on them. Just see how powerful one of their prodigies could be. After striking at least 1,000 times, the glowing seals on the damaged sword suddenly dimmed. With a PU, it stabbed back into the ground and made no further move to attack. At first, Ling Han thought that the damaged sword was going to enter into a second state, and explode with even greater might. He had already prepared himself to flee, but a good number of seconds had passed, and the damaged sword was still motionless. Right at this moment, the damaged saber beside it flowed, and was similarly entwined in lightning. This was a consecutive battle? Ling Han laughed. With the divine demon sword in hand, what did he have to fear? Let's battle it out. Xiao, the damaged saber, also shot out of the ground and recovered by itself. It unleashed a frightening fighting spirit, the power of a celestial king blazing as it launched an offensive at Ling Han. Ling Han moved, sword in hand and completely unafraid. After fighting for around 1,000 exchanges, the damaged saber retreated and returned to the ground. The damaged spear took its place. Ling Han couldn't help but grimace. This really was a consecutive battle. He released a battle cry and took the initiative to charge out. No need for so much trouble. All four of you can come at me together. Chapter 24-28, Fate. Ling Han couldn't be bothered and directly challenged all four damaged weapons. This naturally was not because he was too arrogant, but rather that he was confident. As long as these four damaged weapons did not unleash their strongest blows, he was completely capable of matching their combined forces. 1-1-1. The other three weapons also revived respectively. The damaged sword, saber and halberd all floated in the air, forming a line of attack with the damaged spear as they unleashed an offensive on Ling Han. The joined forces of these four weapons would definitely surpass a simple layering of their might. Just think of the past. When the four celestial tools were still in their prime, what celestial king was capable of matching them? How had this place been destroyed? Could it have been the move of a heavenly venerate? Logically, a ninth heaven celestial king could not possibly appear on the celestial path. Then could it be that this was originally a part of the celestial realm, and it was only later that it was split from the former, and swallowed by the celestial path? Or, the celestial path itself was within the celestial realm, and there had been no such thing as opening or closing before? These thoughts flashed through Ling Han's mind. At present he did not have the time to think too much, and could only release battle cries as he battled intensely with the four celestial tools. If the divine demon sword was taken into account as well, there were actually 5 celestial tools here, which was extremely shocking. Ling Han tried his best. He did not use the power of the dimension scroll, because he felt that his own power was enough to suppress these 4 celestial tools. Battle, battle, battle. He was fighting to his heart's content. The defense of his opponents far surpassed his, and would not be wounded by him at all, so he could attack without any reservations at all. This was a very good feeling. Ling Han was primarily using body arts to suppress them and various regulations as replenishment. The strength of his battle prowess was chilling. But after only 1,000 moves, the 4 celestial tools ceased attacking at the same time. The seals of light dimmed. Pa pa pa, they dropped onto the ground, and this time they were no longer stabbed slantingly into the ground, but were rather just lying there as if they had lost all their life. An intent suddenly entered into Ling Han's mind, and took the form of a human figure. Ling Han was instantly shocked. This was the female celestial king that he had seen in the flow of time. Destined One, the fact that you can see me and hear these words from me, means that not only do you have outstanding talent, you have also obtained devouring metal, the female celestial king said. This was only a sliver of intent of hers, so she was naturally communicating via divine sense as well. It is possible for you to become a heavenly venerable tier, and these 4 weapons that I have once used can also be fused by the devouring metal, helping it to advance to another stronger level. Senior, may I ask your name? Ling Han asked. Yet the female celestial king did not answer and continued, on the surface the celestial realm is peaceful and calm, but in truth, there is danger in all corners. There are terrifying enemies spying on us, and if you can become a heavenly venerate, I hope that you can plow the halls and sweep the pavilions, and resolve the foreign aggressions threatening the celestial realm once and for all. Additionally, my son has just been born and I was killed. Being unable to watch him grow into a man is truly a regret. If you have the chance to see my son, help me pass on a message. Tell him that I miss him very much. My son's name is Yuan Sheng, and the person who has killed me bears the title Jianghu. When these words fell, the female celestial king's figure disappeared with a tremor. This was only a thought that she had left behind in the celestial tools that had not dispersed. Now that her will had been passed on, she was naturally gone from sight. Yet Ling Han was stunned into speechlessness. It can't be that this female celestial king is the karmic life heavenly venerable's mother, right? It was extremely possible. No matter what, the descendant of a celestial king should be extremely awesome, especially when this female celestial king was already so powerful herself. Then, among the more famous Yuan Shengs that appeared after, there seemed to be only a single karmic life heavenly venerable, right? Furthermore, if that was not the case, when Ling Han had almost crossed the ages, and managed to communicate with this female celestial king, why had the heaven and earth forcefully interrupted them? Because this implicated a heavenly venerate, an existence that surpassed regulations. Once any changes were made to the path of maturity of the karmic life heavenly venerable, a revolutionary change would take place in history. With such a powerful barrage of time, the whole realm could even collapse. Hence, the heaven and earth had to stop them. Moreover, the mother of the karmic life heavenly venerable had been killed by Jianghu heavenly venerate. Could it be that that old guy had predicted that the karmic life Heavenly Venerable would affect his future plans, and had thus wanted to get rid of the karmic life Heavenly Venerable in advance, even before his birth? But even if he was a Heavenly Venerate, he was unable to fully predict every scene in the future. Thus, he had killed the karmic life Heavenly Venerable's mother, yet the karmic life Heavenly Venerable had already been born. As expected, first there was the Heavenly Venerate Wu Lu sniping the elites of the foreign realm, and after came the self-sacrifice of the karmic life Heavenly Venerable, which delayed the foreign realm for another 8 epochs, proving that the Jianghu Heavenly Venerate had not erred by making a move. He had just been slightly too late. This old bastard. Ling Han gritted his teeth in hatred. There were really quite a number of despicable deeds that Jianghu Heavenly Venerate had done before. Ling Han himself had been hunted down by him before, and it was 2 times at that. Old grudges and new hatred added together caused Ling Han to grit his teeth involuntarily. Please don't worry, Senior. You are considered my grandmaster as well one. With yours and Master's hatred, added with my own, we have a 3-generation blood feud with the old bastard Jianghu. I will definitely kill this villain with my own hands. Ling Han murmured. This was not just a word of comfort for the female Celestial King, but was also a show of confidence. He would definitely surpass the Jianghu Heavenly Venerate, and kill this old bastard. He stretched out his hand in a grab, and the 4 celestial tools all fell into his hand. The intent of the Celestial King had dispersed, and these 4 weapons were presently only celestial tools. They could no longer be revived and were damaged at that. There was no rush to refine them. Ling Han took another step forwards and arrived in front of the celestial tree. He stretched out a hand and grabbed out at that celestial fruit. Z. The celestial tree swayed lightly, and the lightning immediately became as dense as a spider's web, and then turned into a bolt of lightning that struck out at him. Ling Han hurriedly parried this blow with a fist. A feeling of electrocution immediately flowed through his body, causing his whole body to tremble. His bones had almost collapsed even. What a strong attack. Ling Han was slightly surprised. Very rarely would a celestial tree be attack-focused, as they all usually tended to run quickly. However, this celestial tree was different. It did not flee and was extremely ferocious. Do you think I'm scared of you? Ling Han stretched out his hand again, his body art unleashed to the extreme, a boundless aura spreading out from him. The celestial tree trembled, and that celestial fruit actually fell down. This? Ling Han was speechless. This celestial tree was completely a paper tiger. He had only just slightly revealed his strength, and it cowered, completely showing what a coward was like. However, since the celestial fruit had already been bestowed, Ling Han refrained from being too hard on it either. He stowed the celestial fruit away, and did not further make things difficult for this celestial tree. Now that this had touched his hand, it could only be ingested by him alone, or could be concocted into an alchemical pill. Using a naturally complete celestial seed to concoct an alchemical pill? That was too wasteful. Moreover, this celestial tree had only borne 1 fruit, and was also closer to the heart of the celestial path. Clearly, this celestial fruit was also more valuable. Ling Han did not hesitate and swallowed it directly. Is it delicious? Huo came over, practically drooling. She did not feel jealous that Ling Han had obtained an even better celestial seed, but only felt that it was a pity that she was unable to taste this kind of delicacy. Not really. Ling Han gritted his teeth, and multiple flashes of lightning were wreaking havoc in his mouth presently, crackling and popping loudly. Huo was instantly amused and laughed out loudly. She was a glutton, but there was lightning melded into a fruit. Just thinking about it, the taste could not possibly be anything close to delicious. And the people around were all looking at Ling Han enviously. Not only had this guy obtained a complete celestial seed, for damaged celestial tools had even entered his pockets. Even though these celestial tools were damaged, they could be returned to the furnace and reforged, and any one of them could unleash their divine might once again. Chapter 24-29, Killing a Celestial King. Though the celestial fruit had already been plucked, some people had still stayed behind. This was because the celestial tree was still there, slivers of dense celestial chi emanating from it. Celestial seed shards were also contained within, and they similarly were extremely beneficial. Ling Han was not interested in staying much longer here though. He and the 3 women left the palace hall and arrived in the mountains, continuing their journey by carriage. He related the message that had been passed through the divine sense of the female celestial king to the three women, and the empress and the others were all very shocked by this. There really were such coincidences in this world. While Ling Han had the divine demon sword fused with the celestial tools to improve its grade, he took a peek into his mind. He presently had 2 celestial seed marks, and they both could form celestial seeds. Ling Han did not hesitate at all, and nurtured the first mark so that it truly became a celestial seed because this was something that he was planning to use for an alchemical pill. And in this process he could study all the secrets of this mark and grasp its essence. At the end, he would gather the essence of countless celestial seed marks, and form a truly flawless and perfect celestial seed. Celestial seed was not a solid object, but rather the seed of great Tao and an appreciation of Tao. The Empress and the others followed suit. They were presently nurturing the celestial seed marks in their minds first, and would trade it for a better one when they came upon one. Without a better one, when the 10,000-year deadline arrived, they would complete their breakthrough with this celestial seed mark. After all, it was a complete celestial seed, and using it to break through would mean that their battle prowess would definitely not be weak. The carriage swayed back and forth and they set out towards the next city. In only over a dozen days, the divine demon sword had completely refined all 4 damaged weapons. On the surface there didn't seem to be any change at all, but when Ling Han held it in his grasp, he got a clear feeling. The divine demon sword had become slightly stronger. It was mainly that the gulf between Celestial King tier and Heavenly Venerable tier was too wide, and it was possible that the divine demon sword needed several hundred to over 1,000 portions of divine metal to truly complete a qualitative change, but as long as it fused with an additional piece of divine metal, it would definitely enjoy a slight boost. But on the matter of nurturing their celestial seed marks, none of the 4 had achieved any great breakthrough. Even if they had exerted time acceleration effects on themselves, they needed at least 10 years of real time to develop their celestial seed mark for it to become a celestial seed. As they journeyed, the carriage came to an abrupt stop. "Greetings, lords." The shaky voice of the coachman rang out from outside. Ling Han opened the carriage doors and saw that the coachman was practically lying prostrate on the ground, sprawled out, and 7 men were standing ahead of them, arms crossed behind their backs. All of them were entwined in multicolored light, and one of them was precisely the Blue North Celestial King. He had vanished for such a long time. As it turned out, he had gone to seek out help. Though Ling Han was only in the ascending origin tier, his own battle prowess was already at the Celestial King tier, and added with the aid of the divine demon sword, 2 to 3 First Heaven Celestial Kings really weren't enough to take him down. Hence, the Blue North Celestial King could only journey further and get more help. Why were they all First Heaven Celestial Kings? If a Second Heaven Celestial King moved, wouldn't it be an easy move to suppress Ling Han? Very simple. If he went to seek out a Second Heaven Celestial King, the Blue North Celestial King would lose all say, and what he most desperately hoped to obtain was Ling Han's spirit to pluck out the secret to his inconceivable strength. Ling Han's eyes swept over them, and a disdainful expression appeared on his face. As great and noble Celestial Kings, you actually have to use an advantage in numbers to win. You guys are really honorable. When these words fell, all 7 great Celestial Kings looked furious. A mere ascending origin tier actually dared insult them to their faces? How outrageously brazen. "This truly is a guy that doesn't know the rules," a Celestial King declared coldly. Ling Han looked towards him. This Celestial King was dressed in long purple robes, and had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He was lanky and tall in build, with a powerful and dominant bearing. Ling Han smiled faintly. "Old geezer, do you know how to talk like a human being?" The purple-robed Celestial King couldn't stop his eyes from widening. "Brat, what did you say?" "Old geezer, not only can you not speak well, even your ears have a problem?" Ling Han scoffed. The other party had clearly come to snipe him, so what need was there to be polite any longer? There is no need to drop to his level. "We should just take him down," the Blue North Celestial King said impatiently. He still remembered how he had fled in disgrace, and how his own manor had been ransacked entirely by Ling Han. When he heard about this, he had really been close to passing out in fury. This was an extraordinarily great humiliation he had never experienced. "Brother Blue North, is this boy really so freakish?" a Celestial King asked. They really could not believe it. A mere ascending origin tier was actually capable of matching a Celestial King. Even though the Blue North Celestial King repeatedly said that this was not a joke, he still could not accept it. "That's right. The Blue North Celestial King nodded solemnly. If that had not been the case, would he have needed to get 6 helpers? Did they think that he did not want his pride? Ling Han stared at the Blue North Celestial King, and with a thought, the divine demon sword was already grasped in his hand. His legs slightly bent and he began storing up power. This is that celestial tool? The Celestial King's eyes were all focused on the divine demon sword, and their gazes were all filled with covetous desire. The Blue North Celestial King nodded. This is indeed a celestial tool. I am not concerned with how you divide this celestial tool among yourselves, brothers, as long as you hand this boy over to me. Agreed. The other Celestial Kings all nodded. Shwa. Right at this moment, Ling Han had finished accumulating power, and with a sudden toss of his right hand, the divine demon sword shot out like an arrow, flying rapidly towards the Blue North Celestial King. This toss had incorporated all of Ling Han's power, and was further boosted with the regulations of time, so its speed had reached an indescribable level. More importantly, after the divine demon sword had absorbed the 4 damaged weapons, it now actually possessed new might. In a mere flash, the divine demon sword traversed through space, and arrived in front of the Blue North Celestial King, as if it had ignored all matters of distance. The Blue North Celestial King was petrified. If this was any other weapon or even a punch from another Celestial King flying towards him, he would be confident enough that he could preserve his life. It was only a matter of how serious his injuries would be. However, the divine demon sword was too terrifying, and he had already experienced a loss before due to its might. He unleashed a roar. He no longer had any time to flee, and as he tried his best to bend backwards, he focused all his power into his forehead to defend against this strike. Pooh! The divine demon sword streaked past, and directly sank into the Blue North Celestial King's forehead. This stab went all the way to the end, and left only the hilt that was still sticking out of his forehead. This Celestial King stumbled, his face bearing an expression of absolute disbelief. It had only just been a short period of time, and he had actually been insta-killed with a single sword strike from Ling Han. Peng! He collapsed onto the ground loudly. Instantly the heaven and earth paled. A shower of blood rained copiously, exuding endless grief. A Celestial King had died and the heaven and earth grieved. The other 6 Celestial Kings were dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that Ling Han would move so decisively? He was clearly being surrounded by 7 great Celestial Kings, yet actually dared to take the initiative to make the first move, and it was such a fierce, domineering assault at that. He had killed a Celestial King with a single sword strike. They went through some slight recollection and felt that though Ling Han's toss was filled with power, it could only catch a Celestial King off guard at most. The true deadly weapon was the celestial tool itself. It had directly transmigrated through space, its speed so fast that even a Celestial King could not react in time. The Blue North Celestial King had really died for nothing. All 6 great Celestial Kings felt a sympathy that arose from seeing one of their peers killed in such a manner. In terms of strength, the Blue North Celestial King was definitely in no way inferior to Ling Han, yet he had still been killed with a single strike, which was something that even now they found a little hard to accept. This divine sword is too extraordinary. But it was only a single instant, and an intense greed rose up in all 6 great Celestial Kings. In the hands of an ascending origin tier, this divine sword was already so powerful. Then, if it was them wielding it, just how powerful would its might be? Chapter 2430, Pseudo-Celestial King. The 6 great Celestial Kings all released battle cries, and pounced towards the corpse of the Blue North Celestial King at practically the same time. They naturally did not have their eye on what the Blue North Celestial King would have left behind, but rather wanted to snatch the divine demon sword that was still stabbed into his forehead. This was really a war of titans, all using their respective tricks. The 6 great Celestial Kings all used all the means at their disposal to ensure that they would be the first to reach it. Ling Han shook his head. What are you guys scrambling around for? With a hook of his finger, Xiao, the divine demon sword floated by itself, the blade of the sword exuding a terrifying might. It was like a Celestial King unleashing his might. From the angle of a tool, the divine demon sword presently was only an 8-star pseudo-celestial tool, but even so, if Ling Han wanted to command it to move, it naturally was also a small matter. But in terms of sharpness, the divine demon sword was really too frightening. It had drunk the blood of Celestial Kings, refined divine metal, and as its murderous aura seeped out, even a Celestial King would feel wary. As expected, the divine demon sword floated into the air, and wherever the tip of the blade pointed, every single celestial king felt a chill rise up in their hearts. Involuntarily they took a step back. With a thought, the divine demon sword immediately shot back towards Ling Han. He stretched out a hand and grabbed it, and he now held the divine demon sword once more. He smiled calmly. Who else wants to commit suicide? The 6 great celestial kings all looked livid. The kind of might that the divine demon sword could unleash in Ling Han's hands was something that they had just witnessed with their own eyes, and if they were being honest, if this sword had been shot towards them, who would have had the confidence that they could manage to block it? Not even a single one. Hence, they all rapidly drew out the distance, and it was only in this manner would they feel a sense of security. Great and noble celestial kings, and it was a 6-against-1 battle at that, and they were actually on the defensive. It could not be helped. Who asked Ling Han to hold such a powerful weapon? Actually, the 6 celestial kings did not think that their combined forces would not be able to suppress Ling Han. As long as all 6 of them moved at once, Ling Han would only be able to handle one at most, and were 5 celestial kings still not enough to suppress a single ascending origin tier? But the problem was, who would be willing to become the person to make the sacrifice? If Ling Han could read their thoughts, he would definitely scoff. Though his battle prowess had just barely reached the celestial king tier, that was the same for his defense. So what if 5 celestial kings barraged him at the same time? To cause a serious or even fatal blow to him was definitely not something that could be done in 2 or 3 moves. The 6 great celestial kings were all gloomy. At first, they had thought that it was too much of a fuss for 7 great celestial kings to join forces for the sake of a mere ascending origin tier, but they hadn't even started fighting, and already one of their number was killed by Ling Han. And now they fell into such an embarrassing situation. How could they bear this? Faced with Ling Han's disdain, they could say nothing to refute him. Are we fighting or not? If not, then don't block the way, Ling Han stated evenly. Though these words weren't very polite, compared with his previous words, this line was much better. The 6 great celestial kings exchanged looks, and all of them shook their heads because none of them wanted to be the one to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of the others. Hence, their alliance naturally could not be established. Xiao, 1 celestial king, was the first to leave, which was followed by the 2nd, the 3rd, and in a mere instant all 6 celestial kings had left. Ling Han did not become careless. The divine demon sword was too desirable. Those 6 celestial kings would definitely not give up the matter so easily. They would definitely lurk in a dark corner somewhere looking for a chance to make their move. They were celestial kings, the strongest beings of the celestial realm, and were equals to regulations themselves. Who would dare underestimate them? Continue the journey, Ling Han said calmly to the coachman. Yes, yes. The coachman was practically astounded by Ling Han now. He had shot a celestial king to death with a single strike, and sent other 6 celestial kings into leaving. This battle achievement was practically blinding. He hurriedly prompted the carriage, respectful to the extreme. Ling Han swept a glance at the corpse of the Blue North Celestial King, and stretched out his hands to search for his belongings. As for the body itself, he did not touch it. After all, the Blue North Celestial King was a human. Ling Han felt that using the former's blood to improve himself was a bit strange, and could not be accepted. This was unlike the ancestral kings of the foreign realm. He did not feel any kind of psychological guilt from using theirs. The carriage forged onwards and arrived at the next city a few months later. However, there were no celestial fruits that just happened to ripen here. Hence, they continued their journey heading towards the next city. It seemed like their luck had become bad. They had traveled to a few cities in succession, and still had not encountered the ripening of celestial fruits, and the time they had spent on the journey was already as long as 7 years. After reaching the next city, Ling Han decided to have the carriage stop, and no longer journey onwards. They found an inn and began to nurture their celestial seed with all their efforts, increasing their own battle prowess. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had already passed. Ling Han and the others had already developed the celestial seed mark, and had also obtained all the secrets contained within. As long as they pushed it just that slightest bit further more, they would be able to advance into the celestial king tier. At this time all of them stopped. They had further aspirations. The first celestial seed was far from reaching the level of perfection, and was not suitable to become their celestial seed. Ling Han began pill concoction. He had long since prepared the rest of the ingredients. The only thing missing had been the celestial seed. Before coming to the celestial path, Ling Han had only planned on collecting celestial seed shards and slowly accumulating them into a complete celestial seed, after which he would concoct a celestial king pill. Who could have imagined that they would actually be so lucky for all of them to have a complete celestial seed each so quickly, and with one extra at that? This was already enough to be used to concoct the celestial king pill. This was enough to make the majority of future celestial kings die of envy, because if one ingested the celestial king pill, their accomplishments would be eternally limited to the first heaven. This was too wasteful. Yet Ling Han was unconcerned. He took out the first celestial seed. It was no longer a solid object, but rather a complete spiritual mark. No wonder one would only be limited to the first heaven through ingesting the celestial king pill. That was because what was being branded was the understanding of great Tao belonging to another person, so how could they possibly take another step further, and produce a second seed? Under time acceleration effects, Ling Han completed the concoction of the celestial king pill only half a day later. He had succeeded, thought the completed pill had just barely attained 2 stars. He had almost failed. But at his first attempt concocting a celestial king pill, and one that was 5-star level at that, he succeeded. This was enough to show just how amazing Ling Han's skill in alchemy was. They ended their short period of seclusion and continued onwards. Their stopover this time was definitely worth it, not because Ling Han had concocted the celestial king pill, but because a great improvement had taken place in the strength of the Empress and the others. They had officially leaped into Pseudo-Celestial king tier. Ling Han had fought them before. Without using any other methods, the Empress and Huo's vitality index could reach 4,800 points, and after consuming Crimson Demonic Earth, their vitality index could draw extremely close to 5,000, but it was still that little bit away. And in the case of Bewitching Maiden Ro, under normal conditions her vitality index was around 4,700, and it would soar to 4,900 after consuming Crimson Demonic Earth, which was also very powerful. Now that their battle prowess had increased, they could go and obtain better celestial seeds. They realized that if that had not been the case, aside from someone who had freakish luck like Ling Han, who first became the overlord of a minor realm, then encountered Wali and obtained the Dimension Scroll, allowing him to extract void particle energy and thus push his body art to the height of the celestial king tier, the vitality index of other 7G Wooming would have been 4,700 at most, and this was taking the Crimson Demonic Earth into account as well. But with this kind of stepping stone now, there was now the possibility of obtaining a perfect celestial seed. They set out once more and arrived at the next city, and it was here that Ling Han discovered the cultivators from the Western Celestial Realm. It was not that they could only meet cultivators from the Western Celestial Realm after having already traveled half the journey, but rather that there was not too much deviation after both sides entered into the celestial path, and that was why they were only able to meet here. Chapter 2431, Wudi. After each taking their own path, the journeys of the cultivators from the Eastern and Western Celestial Realm all converged here. This place was called Splendor City, and it was guarded by an experienced celestial king who had the title of Splendor. He was at the first heaven, though it was unknown whether he was accompanied by another celestial king called Wealth One. Ling Han kept a low profile. He was sure that Ji Wuming, Jialan and the other monarch stars had already obtained low-level celestial seeds, allowing them to cultivate to the Pseudo-Celestial king tier. In other words, their strength could now rival that of the Empress and Huo. If they further ingested the Crimson Demonic Earth, they could essentially be regarded as celestial kings already. He couldn't underestimate them. If he wanted to compete with them, he had to be ruthless, accurate and swift. The 4 of them started to move quicker as they asked for information around the city. They discovered that there was indeed a celestial tree near the city. Moreover, the fruits of this tree were already nearing ripeness. However, the Splendor Celestial King had a son who wasn't very successful. After huge efforts, he had only just reached the peak stage of the consummate level of the ascending origin tier. His father cared for his son greatly, so he was intent on obtaining a complete celestial seed for him no matter what. Disregarding whether one could obtain celestial fruits for someone else or not, if others wanted to fight for the celestial fruits, they would have to go through the Splendor Celestial King first. Ling Han and the others were all brimming with confidence. Even though their vitality indices were all a little shy of the Celestial King tier, they were 4 people in total, so just how powerful would their combined strength be? Moreover, Ling Han also possessed a deadly weapon in the Divine Demon Sword. After learning of the celestial tree's location, they started to head toward it. In any case, the Splendor-Celestial King wasn't shockingly domineering, so he still allowed others to cultivate in the vicinity of the celestial tree such that they could absorb some of the fragrance of the celestial fruit. After several hours, Ling Han and the others arrived on the bank of a lake that was situated in a plain. The lake wasn't large and it was only 300 meters in diameter. There was a white lotus in the center of the lake, and around 3 meters of it sat above the water. Instead of calling it a lotus, it was much more apt to call it a tree. The white lotus had bloomed long ago, so it had already produced a seed pod that was as brilliant green as jade. However, it had only produced a single lotus seed, the sharp head of which looked like flowing gold. It radiated with a blinding glow. At a rough glance, this lotus seed was around 1 foot long. In fact, one could view it as a cob of corn. The banks of the lake were dotted with people, all of whom were absorbing the fragrance of the lotus seed. They would use this fragrance to condense a celestial seed within their bodies. However, where was the Splendor-Celestial King? Ling Han glanced around, but he didn't find what he was looking for. Celestial kings were extremely unique, so they would stick out like a dazzling star no matter where they stood. He would have been able to locate him in a single glance. Right at this moment. Whoosh! A streak of black tore through the sky before coming to a halt above the lake, transforming into the figure of a middle-aged man. He was tall and slender, and dressed in a flowing gray robe. He radiated a profoundly powerful aura. Most importantly, a ring of fantastic iridescent light pulsated around him, making it seem as if he were one with heaven and earth. It was as if he were the heavens and the heavens were him. His existence was such that no one dared to even fathom standing up against him. After all, how could one rival heaven and earth? He was none other than the Splendor-Celestial King. Ling Han's pupils contracted. This Splendor-Celestial King was even more powerful than the Blue North Celestial King. In fact, he was even more powerful than the 6 Celestial Kings that Blue North Celestial King had called over combined. This person had reached the pinnacle of the first heaven. His next step was to evolve with the help of a celestial fruit to advance to the second heaven. There were 9 heavens in Celestial King tier, and each step forward was like ascending the heavens. Whoosh! Another person descended. This was a wild-looking youth whose raven-black hair billowed with the wind. There was blood in the corners of his eyes, yet he paid absolutely no heed to this. He roared with laughter as he said, "Lord Celestial King, your strength is indeed extraordinary. How admirable." Upon hearing this, commotion immediately rippled through the crowd of people around the lake. This person spoke with such arrogance. Even though he referred to the Splendor-Celestial King as Lord, his words didn't carry any semblance of respect at all. It was as if the two of them were on equal standing. However, one had to realize that this youth was only at the ascending origin tier. Ling Han was slightly astonished. It was clear that this youth had challenged the Splendor-Celestial King just then. Moreover, the youth had definitely lost, though he had only suffered some minor injuries. This was proof enough of his extraordinary strength. When did such a person appear in the celestial realm? "You're indeed extraordinary," the Splendor-Celestial King said in a solemn voice. "Lord Celestial King, heaven and earth possess their regulations. It's simply impossible for you to obtain this celestial seed. Why stubbornly insist on challenging heaven and earth? The path of celestial kings is to abide by the commands of the heavens. One mustn't rival the will of the heavens," the youth said. Everyone was astonished. These words wouldn't have sounded out of place if a 9th heaven celestial king had uttered them. However, coming from a measly ascending origin tier elite? How arrogant was he to speak like this? Perhaps he believed that he had the right to school celestial kings? Just who in the world did he think he was? However, the Splendor-Celestial King wasn't enraged. Instead, he nodded and said, "The strength of your esteemed father rivals that of heaven and earth. I gather that this is his comprehension?" "Indeed," the youth replied with a smile. The Splendor-Celestial King fell silent for a brief moment before saying, "Fine. I'll treat this as an act of goodwill and leave this celestial seed to you. When you meet your esteemed father, please greet him for me." "Definitely," the youth said with a beaming smile as he bowed in respect. The Splendor-Celestial King flicked his sleeves before tearing through space and instantly disappearing from above the lake. Gasp! Upon seeing this, everyone felt numb with shock. Who could have imagined this? This youth had actually convinced the Splendor-Celestial King to give up on the celestial seed. With just a few words. No. How could a few words have achieved this? On the one hand, the youth was indeed very powerful. He had fought against the Celestial King just then, and his ability to make it out alive was already proof enough of his strength. On the other hand, his background was definitely also shocking. It was because of this that the Celestial King had been willing to yield. Just who in the world was this youth? I've heard from others that there's a freak among the outsiders. Not long ago he even defeated the Blue North Celestial King. I didn't believe this before, but now, I believe it. If I recall correctly, this freak is called Ling something. Ling Han. Yes, that's right. That's his name. This person is Ling Han. Everyone was engaged in spirited discussions. However, they had misrecognized this youth as Ling Han. The youth could naturally hear this, and his expression immediately fell dark. My name is Wudi One. I'm not some random trash called Ling Han. What? He's not Ling Han. Commotion rippled through the crowd again. In other words, there was more than one freak in the celestial realm this time. A baleful expression spread across the Empress' face. This person actually dared to speak about her man like this. She strode forward, unleashing her profound aura that made her appear like a paramount goddess who peered down at the mere mortals. Pung pung pung. Her raging aura instantly slammed into the people around her, sending them flying. So what if they were at the pinnacle of the ascending origin tier? Before a mighty Pseudo-Celestial King, they were nothing but trash. Everyone was stunned to the core. Who in the world was this woman? She was as beautiful as a celestial maiden, and she was as mighty as a domineering emperor. Moreover, her strength was so overwhelming that it made them quake in fear. Wudi frowned upon seeing this. However, his brows quickly relaxed and he said, "Who would have thought? In such a short amount of time, someone has already cultivated to the Pseudo-Celestial King tier. You're just like me, aren't you? You're unwilling to ascend using an inferior celestial seed, so you want to obtain a more perfect celestial seed. Ah, I like you." The Empress humphed coldly as she lashed out with her right hand. Boom. It was as if heaven were collapsing and earth were crumbling. It was as if the sun were dying and the moon were extinguishing. At this moment, her fury was unstoppable. This person actually dared to slander her man. He deserved death. Whoosh. Another figure dashed forward, throwing a punch at Wudi. This was none other than Huo. In her eyes, there was no such thing as rules and regulations. What one-on-one? Did this have anything to do with her? Huo's Ling Han couldn't be humiliated by others. The two women unleashed their profound might, attacking Wudi in unison. They rarely teamed up, but after being around each other for so long, they had naturally developed some tacit understanding. Thus, their combined strength was unexpectedly powerful. Chapter 2432, Clash of Celestial Tools. Wudi was greatly astonished. The appearance of the Empress had already surprised him greatly. Now, however, another young woman who could rival the Empress had actually appeared. He was naturally as astonished as could be. These prodigies, there were far too many of them, no? He was supremely confident in himself, and he regarded himself as a peerless individual with no rivals. Fortunately, the Empress was a woman, and she was more so breathtakingly beautiful and noble. This satisfied him greatly. If he took her as his wife, wouldn't they then become a family? And now another had come. Fortunately, this was also a woman. He unleashed a roar as he swung his fists and met their attacks. He didn't fear them at all. Pung pung pung. The three of them became locked in an intense battle. With just a single glance, Ling Han could already confirm that their battle prowess was all around 4,800 points. Among Pseudo-Celestial Kings, this was already an outstanding result. In fact, it was only because they were monarch stars that they could reach this height. Thus, neither side could gain an advantage over the other. If Wudi summoned a celestial tool or whatnot, perhaps he would immediately achieve victory. However, Wudi kept refraining from unleashing a trump card. He continued to exchange blows with the two women. However, how could this rival the combined power of the Empress and Huo? Wudi gradually fell to a disadvantage. This? Everyone was rendered speechless with shock. Just then, Wudi had been extremely domineering, even managing to persuade the Celestial King to leave. Now, however, he was actually on the back foot. Even though the two women had teamed up, if their strength weren't up to par, there was no way they could have achieved this. If they weren't powerful enough, even dozens or hundreds of them wouldn't have been enough. Heavens! Just how many supreme freaks were on the celestial path? Even though Wudi was on the back foot, he didn't show any signs of panic at all. Instead, he roared with laughter, appearing wild and domineering. At this moment he finally retrieved some crimson demonic earth, ingesting it with a gulp. A devastating aura instantly shook the surroundings. He was about to ascend to a new height. The Empress and Huo didn't dare to underestimate him. They both hurriedly retrieved and ingested crimson demonic earth. In this world, only Ling Han would be capable of battling against Celestial King tier elites without ingesting crimson demonic earth. Boom. The auras of the three people were like a tsunami, and it was as if they were all going to ascend to the Celestial King tier. They continued to do battle. Regardless of how powerful they had been just then, they had all been slightly short of reaching the Celestial King tier. After ingesting the crimson demonic earth, however, it would still be impossible for their vitality index to surpass 5,000. In other words, the greater one's battle prowess, the smaller the buff provided by the crimson demonic earth. The battle prowess of the three people had all been 4,800 to begin with, so theoretically speaking, this number should have exceeded 5,000 after ingesting the crimson demonic earth. Thus, their battle prowess was all identical at this moment. They were all at 4999. Fighting 2 against 1, the Empress and Huo naturally possessed the upper hand. They were in full control of the battle. Detestable. Wudi roared. A purple streak suddenly rushed toward him. Whoosh. The Empress and Huo were instantly pushed back. This was a golden-purple staff that was decorated with symbols. It radiated with an aura of age, yet it more so unleashed a sense of profound pressure. It was as if a paramount celestial king were about to step out from within the staff, crushing all opponents in his way. Celestial tool. This was definitely a celestial tool. Moreover, it was a celestial tool forged by a high-level celestial king. Perhaps it couldn't unleash its full might in Wudi's hands, but it would still be more than powerful enough to stun pseudo-celestial kings. They wouldn't dare to cross this celestial tool rashly. Huo humphed and said, "How shameless. You can't defeat us, so you're summoning a celestial tool. Nyo looks down on you." Everyone was rendered speechless. They had already broken the rules by challenging him 2-on-1, yet she was now admonishing him for using a celestial tool? However, the Empress and Huo were far too beautiful, so beautiful that no one could bring themselves to blame them. They could only feel that this young lady was adorable and mischievous, and they all stood behind her in support. Indeed. As a man you actually need to rely on a weapon? Is this anything to be proud of? And it's even a celestial tool. I look down on you. How disdainful. Wudi was about to explode in anger. Why don't you people try to battle against two people who are just as powerful as you? If he could rival them, he naturally wouldn't have wanted to summon a celestial tool. Fuck. This was a bunch of armchair commentators. Ling Han also frowned upon seeing this. The Empress and Huo were just a step away from advancing to the Celestial King tier. It was indeed time for him to equip them with celestial tools. Otherwise, if they came across opponents who were armed with celestial tools, they would definitely be at a huge disadvantage. At the very least, they would be extremely limited in how they could fight. The next time I obtain celestial tools and divine metal, I won't feed it to the divine demon sword, Ling Han thought to himself. Ugly woman, move aside. Let Nyo deal with him. Huo said to the Empress. If they fought 1-on-1, Wudi would most likely be too proud to use a weapon. However, the Empress completely ignored Huo. Instead, she reached over to Ling Han. Ling Han understood what she wanted, and with a shake of his arm, he immediately tossed the divine demon sword toward her. The Empress caught the sword. She then turned around to glance at Huo, saying, "Little girl, don't stand here and block me." Wayaya. Huo stomped her feet in anger. This woman was far too despicable. Everyone was rendered speechless by this scene. Just then the two women had still been fighting side by side. Now, however, they were actually arguing with each other. Were they sure they weren't messing around? Huo angrily left the battlefield. With their strengths identical, the situation would become far too dangerous for her if everyone else had a celestial tool. She was truly eager for battle and she was truly eager to play. However, she wasn't stupid at all. Ling Han, Nyo also wants a celestial tool. Huo said as she clung to Ling Han's arm and made eyes at him. Ling Han couldn't help but feel goosebumps. It was fine if Huo tried to come off as pure and innocent, as she simply needed to be herself. However, her trying to act seductive was truly a frightening scene. He patted her small cheek and said, Alright, the next time I obtain a celestial tool or divine metal, I'll definitely forge one for you. Only upon hearing this did Huo nod in satisfaction. She continued to hug Ling Han's arm, an expression of happiness on her face. The surrounding people were all filled with envy. Even though Huo seemed slightly unreliable, just how beautiful was she? Moreover, they had all witnessed her strength just then. She had yet to reach the Celestial King tier, yet she already possessed strength that could rival Celestial Kings. To be partners with such a beauty? How could they not be envious and jealous? Ling Han simply wore a faint smile as he endearingly patted Huo's head. He then turned his attention to the sky, where the intense battle between the Empress and Wudi had begun. Clang clang clang. The celestial tools clashed, unleashing bursts of blinding light. Moreover, the collisions were so loud that they were about to burst everyone's eardrums. Others couldn't see clearly, but Ling Han didn't have any trouble at all. This was because his body arts were far too powerful. The Empress hadn't gained an upper hand. However, she hadn't been pushed to her back foot either. Their battle prowess was far too close, and they more so both possessed celestial tools. Thus, victory would simply be decided by their performance. It wasn't long before they exchanged 1,000 blows. At this moment, both their auras started to weaken. The effects of the crimson demonic earth were about to pass. They both retreated 300 meters, taking a short break from battle. Celestial Maiden, there's no animosity between us and we've already sparred our fill. Why don't we shake hands and talk peace? How about we discuss cultivation over some tea? Wudi said as he wore what he believed to be his most dazzling smile. The more he looked at the Empress, the more he liked her. However, the Empress wore an ice-cold expression as she pointed at Ling Han, and said, "Kowtow and apologize to my husband. Then I can consider allowing you to die a more painless death." Gasp. Everyone gasped upon hearing this. This woman was far too domineering. However, they quickly realized that this aura of dominance was a perfect match for her disposition. Wudi wore a confused expression. Since when had he offended her husband? However, after some careful thought, he immediately came to a realization. He wore a baleful expression as he looked toward Ling Han, saying, "So, it turns out that you're Ling Han." Chapter 2433, Meaningless Name. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "You recognize me? I didn't before, and I had only heard about some arrogant and haughty person who would rely on their fortunes to even disrespect heavenly venerates." Wudi said with a cold chuckle. "I already became invincible several epochs ago, so in my eyes, you're nothing but trash." Huo couldn't help but giggle upon hearing this. "Keep bullsh asterisk ting, why don't you? A few epochs ago, you hadn't even become a celestial king yet. Who believes you?" Wudi was brimming with pride and he said, "I was born 7 epochs ago, and I've already been invincible among the ascending origin tier for a very long time. However, my father determined that there would be an astonishing opportunity on this specific celestial path, so he sealed me away, waiting for this day to come." "Who's your father?" Ling Han asked. As if expecting this question, Wudi puffed his chest out and answered, "The Imperial Void Celestial King." Everyone wore an expression of realization upon hearing this. Looks of respect and reverence spread across their faces. In the past, few people had known about the existence of heavenly venerates. However, everyone had known about the most powerful celestial kings. For example, the strength of the Imperial Void Celestial King definitely ranked in the top 3. Ling Han scoffed upon hearing this. "So it's that old bastard. Wudi was instantly enraged. He pointed at Ling Han, and a baleful killing intent surged around his body. "Is he not?" Ling Han asked calmly. "He picks on the weak and he's as shameless as can be. If I ascend to the 9th heaven, I'll definitely behead him and use his head as a soccer ball." "You're seeking death," Wudi roared. He immediately lunged at Ling Han, swinging his staff at his head. A sheet of purple light covered the air, causing the entire lake to ripple. However, no uncontrollable waves appeared. This was a lake that could birth celestial seeds, so it was naturally far from ordinary. "Your sword." With a powerful toss, the Empress immediately launched the divine demon sword toward Ling Han. Ling Han reached out with his right hand to catch the sword. Meanwhile, his left hand had already swung toward Wudi. "You actually dare to challenge me with your measly strength?" The regulations of space fluctuated, and Wudi was instantly restrained. The effects of the crimson demonic earth had almost completely worn off, and his battle prowess had already fallen back to just over 4,800. Meanwhile, Ling Han's battle prowess was at 4,900, so he naturally possessed a crushing advantage over his opponent. He suppressed Wudi with absolute ease. Wudi unleashed a violent roar, and the celestial tool in his hand instantly released a brilliant glow. Bursts of purple aura swirled around him. The regulations of space shattered, allowing Wudi to furiously charge forward. His celestial tool had carved a path for him, and he was now protected by a sheen of purple light. It was as if no attack could hit him. This was the might of celestial tools. Ling Han could suppress Wudi, but he couldn't suppress his celestial tool. As long as the celestial tool could continue to unleash its might, Wudi would be unaffected by Ling Han's attacks. Thus, even though Wudi couldn't unleash the full might of this celestial tool, just being able to use this ability alone already made him extremely frightening. Ling Han smiled faintly. He had already put on that Celestial King tier ring. He hadn't fed it to the Divine Demon Sword, because he had felt like it might come in handy. Refining it would have been a waste. Moreover, it didn't contain much material either, so it would have been little help to the Divine Demon Sword. He threw a punch at the golden purple staff. There was a loud boom as a shock wave exploded outward, tearing apart space. This shock wave then rippled outward, violently blasting apart everything in its way. Wudi was forced to retreat several hundred meters. Blood poured from his shaking hands. He wasn't shaking because he was afraid, but rather because of the tremendous force of the collision. He wore an expression of shock. He had actually been overpowered by Ling Han. One had to realize that Ling Han had yet to activate his body arts. Otherwise, his Celestial King tier strength might have directly blasted the staff into Wudi's head, instantly obliterating his mind. Ling Han retrieved his fist. The ring was small, yet it was able to block the terrifying destructive power of celestial tools. In any case, these celestial tools couldn't unleash their full might, so what was there to be afraid of? How's that? Ling Han asked. Wudi gritted his teeth in reply. Right now, he was unable to ingest any more crimson demonic earth. After all, ingesting it in quick succession would be an act of self-harm or even suicide. Moreover, he understood that Ling Han was even more powerful than him. The rumors weren't false. This young man was unbelievably terrifying. No wonder his father had warned him to be careful if he came across Ling Han. However, if he ingested the crimson demonic earth, what did it matter that Ling Han was powerful? At the most, his strength could only approach that of celestial kings. It would be unable to surpass this level. Thus, there was absolutely no need for him to be afraid of Ling Han. As long as he had enough time, he could once again ingest some crimson demonic earth. However, Ling Han had no intention of wasting time. He glanced at the golden purple staff with a smile and said, "This celestial tool is fairly decent. Are you worthy enough to covet a celestial tool once used by my father?" Wudi said in disdain. He channeled his source power, rapidly healing his wounds. The Imperial Void Celestial King was incredibly powerful, and he had more so mastered many regulations. Celestial tools such as this staff had all been forged while he had been comprehending the regulations of metal. Now, however, there was already no need for the Imperial Void Celestial King to use celestial tools. This was because no celestial tool could match his strength. Meanwhile, in terms of heavenly venerate tools, firstly, he didn't possess any devouring metal. Secondly, he didn't have the skill to forge such tools. Ling Han grinned with confidence, saying, "Before long, I'll force that old geezer Imperial Void to kneel before me and admit defeat." "In your dreams?" Wudi shouted. His face was scrunched up in fury, yet he forcefully stopped himself from lashing out. This was only natural. He was still unable to ingest crimson demonic earth, so battling against Ling Han at this moment would be a terrible decision for him. However, would Ling Han care about this? He dashed forward, throwing punch after punch. Wudi hurriedly shot back in retreat. He knew that there was a slight gulf between him and Ling Han, so he would definitely be at a disadvantage if they exchanged blows head-on. Thus he needed to buy some time. As long as he could drag things on until he could ingest the crimson demonic earth again, he could launch a furious counterattack and perhaps even kill Ling Han. However, Ling Han was already brimming with killing intent. He channeled the regulations one after another, unleashing a petrifying might. Fortunately, Wudi had the help of the golden purple staff. Otherwise he would have been killed by Ling Han within 100 strikes. A battle prowess gap of 100 points was like the gap between a monarch tier and an emperor tier. Ling Han roared with laughter, mocking, "You should change your name." His name was Wudi One, yet he was retreating in disarray at this moment. Moreover, this was against an opponent at the same cultivation level. Wudi's face went red with embarrassment. At that time he had indeed been invincible among his peers. No one at the same cultivation level could rival him. If not for the profound opportunity today, he would have become a 9th heaven celestial king a very long time ago. Would Ling Han have had the chance to act so wantonly before him? Wudi simply swung his staff to dispel the regulations. He remained silent no matter how Ling Han taunted him. However, Ling Han's attacks became increasingly powerful, and it was as if each punch could shatter heaven and earth. Wudi started to struggle more and more. Even though he continued to evade, just being scraped by Ling Han's fists would open gaping wounds on his body. Moreover, Ling Han was insanely fast, so if it weren't for Wudi's celestial tool, perhaps he would have already become a corpse. In any case, he was unaware of the freakish nature of Ling Han's body arts, so he refused to believe that the gulf between them was so great. He was convinced that Ling Han had definitely ingested some crimson demonic earth, and he was convinced that Ling Han was taking advantage of this fact to kill him as quickly as possible. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. Wudi gritted his teeth as he defended with all his might. He was the descendant of a top-notch celestial king, and he was also a freakish prodigy who had been invincible during his time. Thus, he naturally had his own outstanding talents and entire suites of celestial techniques that he could unleash. This was all to buy just a little bit of time. However, under the suppression of absolute strength, his desire was nothing but an unreachable dream. "You're far too shameless," he roared in fury. Ling Han had definitely told the Empress and Huo to attack him on purpose just then. They had definitely attacked him on purpose to make him ingest some crimson demonic earth. Chapter 2434, Coming to the Rescue. Ling Han couldn't be bothered correcting Wudi. This man was a walking corpse, so was there any need to waste his breath? Ling Han unleashed his full strength, combining his body arts with his power of regulations. Even though his vitality index couldn't surpass 5,000, his battle prowess had indeed risen to a new height. Regardless of what Wudi did, he was unable to turn the tables. "Ah!" Wudi bellowed in anger. He was filled with rage. He was only a tiny bit away. He could almost ingest the crimson demonic earth again. However, even though he was so close, he was unable to hold on any longer. He was going to lose his life here. He was naturally unwilling to die here. He had been sealed for several epochs, and he had also been an invincible prodigy during his time. However, Ling Han's punches grew heavier and heavier, slowly forcing him to the brink. Pum. A fist swung over, and Wudi was unable to defend himself any longer. The fist instantly struck his forehead. With Ling Han's devastating power, this fist was definitely powerful enough to pulverize his head into pieces. Ha! Astonishment spread across Ling Han's face. Even though his fist had struck Wudi, it hadn't struck anything physical. It was the might of that celestial tool. Golden-purple light pulsated, and energy that was far superior to the first heaven burst into the surroundings, rushing at Ling Han. Even though Ling Han had already had a bad premonition, and even though he had already channeled the indestructible heaven scroll, he still felt like his entire right arm had been shattered by the overwhelming collision. Moreover, his internal organs had also been severely wounded by this collision. He felt indescribably miserable. A paramount aura hung over the sky as a 9-colored iridescent light hovered above the staff, transforming into the figure of a middle-aged man. The Imperial Void Celestial King. Wudi was delighted upon seeing this. Even he hadn't known that his father had hidden a wisp of his intent in this celestial tool. Perhaps the Imperial Void Celestial King hadn't wanted his son to grow too dependent on him, so he had kept this a secret. However, this wisp of intent would be activated if his son ever encountered life-threatening danger. Ling Han channeled a drop of indestructible true fluid, allowing his wounds to rapidly heal. However, he had been struck by a celestial tool, so his wounds couldn't heal immediately. He silently reminded himself not to underestimate others. Otherwise he might truly lose his life due to carelessness. Ha ha ha. Wudi roared with laughter. Who could have imagined that the tables would turn so suddenly? Right now, Ling Han was severely wounded, and he could imminently ingest some crimson demonic earth again. Soon it would be his turn to pummel Ling Han. "Brat, don't be so full of yourself. Showing off will get you killed off," he taunted. Even though his father had only left a wisp of his intent, this was already enough to activate the celestial tool. Moreover, even though this celestial tool had been forged by the Imperial Void Celestial King long ago, he had already been a Ninth Heaven Celestial King at that time. As such, this tool was profoundly powerful. With this celestial staff, he was essentially undying and invincible. Did he need to fear anyone? Ling Han smiled faintly. He refused to believe that the Imperial Void Celestial King's wisp of intent could last forever. Thus, once this wisp of intent disappeared, he could suppress and kill Wudi just like before. He definitely had to kill him. To say nothing of Wudi's arrogance, just his relationship with the Imperial Void Celestial King was already reason enough. "The same back at you. Showing off will get you killed off," Ling Han said. "Die." Wudi roared as he swept his staff at Ling Han. Because he was no longer in danger of death at this moment, his staff also lost its might. After all, this was the Celestial Path, a place that Celestial Kings couldn't enter at all. In fact, only powerful Ninth Heaven Celestial Kings such as the Imperial Void Celestial Kings could leave a wisp of their intent inside a celestial tool to activate it. Thus, this wisp of intent had naturally been extremely weak and fragile. It was only because of this that it had been able to deceive heaven and earth. Moreover, it was only natural that it would only activate when Wudi encountered life-threatening danger. Ling Han humphed as he replied with a punch. "Puh." The celestial staff was immediately blasted back, almost prying itself from Wudi's grip. Wudi was astonished. He had thought that Ling Han was severely wounded and almost on the brink of death. After all, this was a celestial tool that had been forged by a Ninth Heaven Celestial King. In fact, this tool could easily kill even First Heaven Celestial Kings. However, Ling Han's powerful counterattack told him otherwise. It told him that Ling Han was far less affected than he had imagined. Quite the contrary, in fact. Ling Han's battle prowess was still near its peak. How was this possible? His father had personally forged this celestial tool. He was unable to accept this. Just what kind of freak was Ling Han? To say nothing of such a freak, he had been the only monarch star during his time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been invincible among his peers. Wudi stood with his staff. Right now, his task was extremely simple. He needed to buy enough time so that he could ingest the crimson demonic earth again. At that time he could definitely turn the tables and achieve victory. This was because Ling Han had surely ingested the crimson demonic earth before him. Of course, his confidence was built on the assumption that no one could unleash a battle prowess at the Celestial King tier without ingesting crimson demonic earth. However, who told Ling Han to be such a freakish being? He was indeed such a heaven-defying existence. Ling Han continued his furious attacks. At this moment, his wounds had already been fully healed by the indestructible true fluid. He was still brimming with power. As long as the celestial tool didn't unleash its might, what challenge could Wudi pose? With his experience from just then, he naturally wouldn't put himself in danger anymore. He stood further away from Wudi as he attacked him. This caused his attacks to become weaker, but he was much more powerful than Wudi, so he could easily corner the latter and place him in a deadly situation. Because of this, the wisp of Celestial King intent in the golden-purple celestial staff was activated time and time again. After several dozen times, it was extremely clear that the Imperial Void Celestial King's projection was becoming fainter and fainter. This signified that the Imperial Void Celestial King's wisp of intent could save his son several dozen times. Indeed, this was a reflection of just how much he cared about his son. However, who could have imagined that he would come across a freak like Ling Han on the celestial path? Before long, he had already been pushed to the brink of despair. Detestable. Damn it. Wudi roared. However, in order to train him, the Imperial Void Celestial King's wisp of intent could only protect him. It wouldn't attack his opponent. Thus, he was completely unable to rival Ling Han. Perhaps he was truly going to die here. Wudi involuntarily shivered upon thinking of this. From birth until now, he had never considered that there would come a day when he would die. He had a near-invincible father, and he was more so a monarch star himself. He was a prodigy destined to become a ninth heaven celestial king. He didn't need to worry about a mortal's tribulation at all. Now, however, the sword of death was already resting against his neck. Right at this moment, however, a look of delight suddenly washed across his face. This was an expression of raging delight. He could ingest the crimson demonic earth again. Your time is over, Wudi said with a loud laugh. He hurriedly retrieved and ingested some crimson demonic earth, causing his aura to instantly soar. He brimmed with power as he reached the Celestial King tier. Die. He unleashed a furious attack, his golden purple staff dancing and weaving with domineering might. Right now, his strength was already incredibly close to that of Celestial Kings. Thus, he could naturally unleash some of the might of the Celestial tool, causing his battle prowess to elevate to a new height. Ling Han stopped attacking with his fists. Instead, he started to wield his divine demon sword. Right now, the might of the golden purple staff was far too great, so much so that the Celestial King tier ring was already unable to rival it. Thus, he had to unleash the might of the divine demon sword. Boom, boom, boom. The two Pseudo-Celestial Kings did battle with their celestial tools, elevating the intensity of the battle to a new height. The ordinary cultivators below could only gawk on in amazement. Wudi became increasingly ferocious as he fought. After being suppressed by Ling Han for so long, there was a flaming ball of anger in his chest. He was yearning to suppress Ling Han so that he could finally vent his anger. However, Ling Han remained unafraid, with his stamina immense and boundless. After battling for another 30 minutes, Wudi's expression involuntarily changed. Why was Ling Han's battle prowess still so great? It wasn't declining at all. Fuck. He had already ingested the crimson demonic earth for a long time. Chapter 2435, Resolve. The more Wudi fought, the more apprehensive he became. What's going on? It wasn't like he hadn't ingested crimson demonic earth before. How could he not know about the duration of its effects? He had already struggled through his window of inability to ingest crimson demonic earth, yet Ling Han was still going on as incredibly strong as before? This made absolutely no sense. Perhaps Ling Han had ingested supreme crimson demonic earth? Strengthened crimson demonic earth. Right now, Wudi could only hold firm on his belief that he had ingested the crimson demonic earth later, so his battle prowess would definitely decline slower than Ling Han's. That being the case, he would definitely have the last laugh. The two of them continued to do battle. As he was someone who had been invincible during his times, Wudi's battle instinct and experience were tremendous. Moreover, his vitality index was also identical to that of Ling Han at this moment, and they more so both had a celestial tool in hand. Thus he was naturally no weaker than Ling Han. The battle was fierce as they traded blows back and forth. Blood would spray through the air from time to time, painting a magnificent yet cruel scene. Ling Han was boiling with fighting spirit as his divine demon sword danced through the air. He was truly battling to his heart's content. He was relying on his body arts so he could continue to battle like this for essentially as long as he liked. However, Wudi's situation was completely different. The crimson demonic earth would only be effective for a limited amount of time. Moreover, even after ingesting the crimson demonic earth, his battle prowess could only near that of celestial kings, not surpass it. Even if he ingested it twice, risking self-harm, he wouldn't be able to change this fact. Wudi's battle prowess started to decline again. He was astonished, furious and terrified. This was inconceivable. This was unacceptable. How could such a freak possibly exist? Why you? Just what kind of technique did you use? He asked. He didn't want to die a confused death. Ling Han smiled in reply. Did he have an onus to explain this? You're about to die, so why do you need to know so much? Wudi's face flushed beet red. Back then, just how domineering had he been? He had crushed his opponents and others could only prostrate themselves before him. Now, however, Ling Han was actually viewing him as a walking corpse. How could he accept this? He gritted his teeth as a thought flashed through his mind. If he were about to die anyway, what use was a grand opportunity? Wudi unleashed a loud bellow. Boom. A devastating aura erupted from his body. This was the aura of a genuine celestial king. Firstly, he didn't want to die. Secondly, there was a ball of raging anger in his chest. Thus, he decided to ascend to the celestial king tier. There was still an opportunity here, that being a flawless celestial seed. If he obtained it, he could near the fundamental source of heaven and earth. Upon becoming a ninth heaven celestial king, he would have a sliver of hope to become a heavenly venerate. Even though this would only be a sliver of hope, it was still enough to elicit envy and jealousy from the other celestial kings. To mention no one else, even the profoundly powerful Imperial Void Celestial King was still unable to take this critical step. It was also because of this that the Imperial Void Celestial King had sealed his single child for several epochs. It was for no other reason than to obtain this astonishing opportunity. However, Wudi couldn't wait any longer. After all, what use was a celestial seed to a dead person? He roared in fury, sending waves of devastating energy into the surroundings. His celestial seed mark transformed rapidly, growing into a true celestial seed. Ling Han frowned upon seeing this. If he allowed Wudi to truly become a celestial king, with his aptitude of a monarch star, his battle prowess would most likely soar to the second heaven. Add to that his celestial tool and his battle prowess would become unimaginable. At that time, to say nothing of killing Wudi, Ling Han wouldn't even be able to rival him. He would become the one fleeing for his life. His only option was to kill Wudi before he ascended. Ling Han's gaze was baleful, and he showed no hesitation as he furiously lashed out. He decided to prevent Wudi from breaking through. "You can't stop me," Wudi roared. He was a monarch star, someone destined to become a ninth heaven celestial king. Traversing the celestial path was only to complete a process, and he could easily condense a celestial seed and complete his ascension. Moreover, he had already obtained a complete celestial seed mark long ago, and he had also fully comprehended this mark. It was only because he yearned for this flawless celestial seed that he had held back from ascending for so long. He had simply used his celestial seed mark to become a pseudo-celestial king. Now that he was unleashing his cultivation, ascending to the celestial king tier was naturally an easy and smooth process. Boom. Bursts of powerful energy erupted from his body. At the same time, dark clouds gathered in the sky, forming heaven's calamity. Ling Han couldn't stop this. Right now, Wudi had truly gained the strength of a celestial king. Even though he had yet to fully ascend, there was already no need for him to consume the crimson demonic earth to maintain his battle prowess. Crack. A bolt of lightning cracked down, transforming into a giant lightning person as it attacked Wudi. This was the true battle prowess of a celestial king. It was as terrifying as could be. Ling Han stopped his attacks. If he continued to attack Wudi, that would be equivalent to becoming an enemy of heaven and earth. At that time, he would also be targeted by heavenly tribulation. Wudi also understood this, so he focused his full attention on facing the heavenly tribulation. He was a monarch star, but he still needed to draw on his full power to face this devastating heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, he might be pulverized into ashes at any moment. Ling Han turned his gaze to the center of the lake. Whoosh! He immediately dashed over. Since he couldn't stop Wudi, he might as well obtain the celestial seed first. In your dreams? Wudi was surprisingly still watching Ling Han, and upon seeing him dashing toward the center of the lake, he immediately lashed out to stop him. Ling Han humphed and said, "You truly think that I don't dare to face the heavenly tribulation?" He brandished his divine demon sword as he charged at Wudi. At the same time, he used his divine sense to communicate with the Empress and the others, telling them to obtain the celestial seed. Meanwhile, he would hold Wudi back. With Wudi's personality, he would most likely prefer to destroy the celestial seed than let it fall into the hands of someone else. The three women immediately heeded his call, dashing toward the center of the lake. However, they were all extremely careful as this place was definitely brimming with danger. Otherwise, this celestial seed would have been collected long ago. "You dare?" Wudi said with a humph. He threw a punch at the three women, with its might as tumultuous as the seas. Ling Han immediately slashed down, extinguishing Wudi's attack. He was filled with haughtiness as he said, "Your opponent is me." "Detestable," Wudi roared. However, Ling Han was indeed powerful enough to rival him. Wudi's eyes were spitting flames. However, he abandoned his attempt to stop the Empress and the others. Once he became a celestial king, he would possess a magnificent power. At that time he could dispose of Ling Han and the others. As such, what did it matter if they obtained the celestial seed? With this in mind, he turned his full attention to the heavenly tribulation. Ling Han was also forcefully dragged into the tribulation. Another bolt of lightning cracked down from the sky, transforming into a terrifying giant as it launched a flurry of ferocious attacks at him. However, Ling Han was unfazed as he clenched his left hand into a fist. Meanwhile, he continued to attack Wudi with the sword in his right hand. He was going to disturb him no matter what. When ascending, who didn't yearn for an absolutely peaceful and quiet environment? Facing heavenly tribulation was as dangerous as could be. Perhaps 50% of people could ascend, but many others would be killed when facing heavenly tribulation, rendering all of their efforts futile. With Ling Han disturbing him, the pressure on Wudi became immense. Not only did he have to battle against the lightning giant, but he even had to facilitate the growth of his celestial seed. These two tasks already took up most of his attention. Now he even had to defend against the ferocious attacks of Ling Han. As such, he was naturally in a dire situation. Moreover, his opponent was far too powerful. Ling Han was wielding a celestial tool, and he was powerful enough to threaten his life. Why wasn't Ling Han afraid of the heavenly tribulation? Wudi couldn't understand this. One had to realize that the heavenly tribulation targeting Ling Han was no weaker than the heavenly tribulation that was targeting him. That being the case, how could Ling Han still find the strength to attack him? This was naturally because of Ling Han's freakish physique. He could easily endure several hundred attacks from First Heaven Celestial Kings. Even if you become a Celestial King, you'll become the weakest one possible, Ling Han said calmly. His voice was filled with a domineering aura. Chapter 2436, Leaving in Exasperation. The process of ascending to the Celestial King tier was that of germinating and growing one's celestial seed, especially during heavenly tribulation. Even though this was dangerous, it was the best opportunity for the celestial seed to grow quickly. This was because heavenly tribulation contained the power of heaven and earth, the most useful nutrient for celestial seeds. Once heavenly tribulation passed, the growth of one's celestial seed would become unbearably slow. In fact, it wouldn't be strange to come across people who needed an entire epoch to advance to the first heaven. Even though Wudi was a monarch star, his cultivation speed at the Celestial King tier would also be severely limited. Thus, if he lost this opportunity, perhaps he would need to spend 100 million, 1 billion, or even 10 billion years to make up for it. Wudi naturally understood this as well. He immediately flared up in rage, with his roars deafening like thunder. If he failed to advance during heavenly tribulation, it would be extremely difficult for him to suppress Ling Han even after he became a Celestial King. At this moment, he finally chose to believe that Ling Han could indeed maintain this battle prowess for as long as he wanted. Ling Han had only cultivated for tens of thousands of years, so it was definitely impossible for him to have comprehended the heaven-forbidden state. Moreover, even if he entered this state, its effects would be similar to that of ingesting the crimson demonic earth. It was also subject to time constraints. "You're far too detestable," Wudi roared. Was this person the nemesis of the Yu clan? Back at that time, his father had wanted to obtain the Origin Magic Cube. However, he had failed to do so because of Ling Han. Now, Wudi himself had been stopped from obtaining the flawless celestial seed, and he was even being prevented from making the most of his tribulation. This was simply preposterous. Before accusing others, why don't you take a good hard look into the mirror first? Just look at your own immoral self. Ling Han said with a cold chuckle. He continued to slash down with his divine demon sword, not yearning to wound his opponent, and instead only yearning to disturb him. Half a day quickly passed by. Neither Ling Han nor Wudi had been paying attention to the situation below, so they had no idea whether the Empress and the others had obtained the celestial seed or not. They were fully focused on heavenly tribulation and each other. The dark clouds started to dissipate, after which iridescent colors appeared in the sky, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. This was heaven and earth celebrating the birth of a new celestial king, the first one in tens of billions of years. However, Wudi showed no signs of joy at all. A halo of iridescent light appeared around him, yet its radiance was as weak as could be. In fact, it was so dim that it was almost impossible to discern. He certainly hadn't wanted to become the first person to advance to the Celestial King tier. At the very least, he hadn't wanted to ascend now. Instead, he had wanted to wait until he had obtained the flawless celestial seed. Moreover, he had been greatly disturbed during his tribulation, and this had caused him to become perhaps the weakest First Heaven Celestial King in history. Of course, this was only temporary. This was all because of Ling Han. His eyes were ice cold, and as he swept his gaze around, many ascending origin tier elites were surprisingly sealed in ice. Regardless of how weak he was still a celestial king after all. Moreover, he was a monarch star, so he was definitely no pushover that ascending origin tier elites could defeat. You deserve death. Wudi spat. He had already calmed down, but he was still raging with boundless killing intent. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Heaps of people want to kill me. You're not the first and you won't be the last either. However, the result will always be the same. You're all dreaming. No matter how sharp your tongue is, you're still just a measly ascending origin tier cultivator. Let me show you the true might of a celestial king." Wudi said as his black hair billowed in the wind. Boom. He brandished his golden-purple staff, on which numerous symbols started to light up one after another. He had activated a limited amount of power of the celestial tool. Even a first heaven celestial king couldn't completely unleash the might of a celestial tool that had once belonged to a ninth heaven celestial king. However, they could indeed unleash a portion of its power. In fact, this was already terrifying enough. Wudi was like a demonic god as he sent streaks of purple light through the air. It looked as if he were fearsome enough to exterminate all life. Ling Han roared as he raised his sword to parry. Boom, boom, boom. The two powerful celestial tools collided, causing swathes of space to implode and collapse. Everyone fled in disarray. In the face of a celestial king tier battle, what could they do but flee? Right now, Wudi was indeed powerful. After advancing to the celestial king tier, even though he had been greatly disturbed, his monarch star aptitude still allowed him to possess a petrifying battle prowess. His vitality index had reached at least 5,200. This put great pressure on Ling Han. Fortunately, his divine demon sword had engulfed several celestial tools, which allowed it to gain peculiar abilities. This aided Ling Han immensely. Otherwise, even with his freakish physique, he would have still struggled quite a bit. Bloody die. Wudi roared. His eyes were red with rage. He had remained sealed for several epochs for none other than this rare opportunity, yet everything had been ruined by Ling Han. He was so infuriated that he had to kill Ling Han no matter what. Otherwise, his anger would never subside. Ling Han humphed as he retrieved the heaven and earth origin stars. A cold shiver instantly ran down Wudi's spine. This was the instinct of a celestial king. After reaching this height, they were essentially one with the regulations of heaven and earth, so they could almost instinctively react to any danger. He immediately stopped his attacks, after which he hurriedly retreated 50 kilometers. His gaze was extremely wary as he stared at the item in Ling Han's hands. Heaven and earth origin stars capable of exterminating low-level celestial kings, Ling Han said in a calm voice. No need to feel envious. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your father. He's clearly a member of the celestial realm, yet he's committing such traitorous acts. Otherwise, if he had been willing to properly fight against the invasion of the foreign realm, he could have obtained heaven knows how many heaven and earth origin stars with his military merit. Wudi's face twisted with rage. This brat was far too detestable. He was finding every excuse to taunt and ridicule him. However, Ling Han's words were indeed true. He couldn't retort them even if he wanted to. Do you still want to fight? Ling Han asked with a smile. His opponent had already become a celestial king, and he more so had a celestial tool in his hands. Thus, Ling Han couldn't kill him like he had killed the Blue North Celestial King. In any case, he had already ruined Wudi's plan to obtain the flawless celestial seed, and he had even forced him to rashly advance to the celestial king tier. It could be said that he had obtained a complete victory. He would collect Wudi's head after he advanced to the celestial king tier. Wudi shook with incandescent rage. Not even in his wildest dreams had he imagined that he would one day fail to defeat a measly ascending origin tier cultivator as a mighty celestial king. However, faced with the heaven and earth origin stars, he didn't dare to make any rash movements at all. This item could indeed obliterate his existence. He swept his gaze around, only to see that the seed pod of the lotus had already vanished without a trace. He furiously stomped his feet 3 times before turning around to flee. Whoosh! Divine light streaked through the sky, and he instantly disappeared from above the lake. However, he definitely wouldn't settle for defeat. He would definitely exact his revenge. Ling Han descended to the ground, where he was welcomed back by the 3 women. You obtained it? He asked. Yes, we did, the Empress replied with a nod. She retrieved the celestial seed. It's of the water element, and its quality is above that of the fruit from the first celestial tree, she added. This was entirely expected. The closer they got to the center of the celestial path, the higher the quality of the celestial fruits that they obtained. We're making more and more enemies, and they're also becoming more and more powerful. We need to be extremely careful, Bewitching Maiden Rose said. They were already being targeted by 6 celestial kings, and now they could add Wudi to the list. Moreover, as time went on, Wudi would also grow more and more powerful. Ling Han flashed a carefree smile. Let them be. After all, if we're powerful enough, who's going to be afraid of whom? The 3 women nodded in agreement. All 4 of them were already pseudo-celestial kings. Moreover, Ling Han's battle prowess and defense index were already infinitesimally close to that of celestial kings. They truly didn't need to fear first heaven celestial kings. Meanwhile, if they encountered second heaven celestial kings, they would still have the heaven and earth origin stars. They only needed to be careful, they didn't need to be fearful. The group set off again. They still needed to obtain many more celestial seeds. Chapter 2437, Undead Sea. It didn't take long for the Empress to extract the mark from the first celestial seed, handing it over to Ling Han to refine alchemical pills with. Celestial seeds that had been transferred could only be used to refine alchemical pills. They couldn't be used for anything else. The 4 of them took a horse-drawn carriage again, slowly ambling on toward the next city. The huge size of the celestial path far surpassed Ling Han and the others' imagination. The Imperial Void Celestial King sealed his son so that he could obtain a profound opportunity on this celestial path, Ling Han said as he recalled Wudi's words. He continued to speculate, saying, to facilitate this, he was sealed away for a good number of epochs. Say, just what kind of opportunity might this be? The celestial path allows one to become a celestial king. That being the case, this opportunity is most likely a flawless celestial seed, the Empress said. Bewitching Maiden Ro nodded in agreement. Hunyo yawned in reply, showing no interest whatsoever. A flawless celestial seed, huh? Ling Han murmured to himself. He then smiled and said, then let's fight for it as well. After ambling on for 3 months, their carriage was finally forced to a stop. A vast expanse of sea appeared before them. A carriage naturally couldn't carry them across. If this had only been an ordinary sea with ordinary water, the carriage could have, in fact, carried them across with no problem. However, it was a pity that this sea was raging with tumultuous waves. They could see the flashing light of the Great Tao, which could easily kill immortal palace-tier elites. This is the Undead Sea, their coachman said. His face was filled with respect and apprehension. Even though it's named the Undead Sea, 9 out of 10 people who enter aren't able to make it out alive. It's riddled with fatal dangers. Good lords, I truly don't dare to enter this sea. Ling Han didn't want to force him, so he nodded and said, very well. You can return now. He tossed the coachman a few star stones. Star stones were extremely rare on the celestial path, so this was suitable payment for his services. The coachman accepted the star stones and thanked them profusely. However, he didn't dare to linger around the Undead Sea for too long, so he hurriedly left on his carriage. In fact, they were still quite some distance away from the Undead Sea. Moreover, because of the landform, they could only see a corner of the sea. However, the roaring of the waves could already be heard. It was as if there were an earthquake, and it was as if there were a collapsing mountain. This was a deafening sound. Let's go. They set off for the sea. After walking for 5 or so kilometers, a vast expanse of blue sea instantly appeared before them. This sea was boundless, and they couldn't see the other side even with their powerful pseudo-celestial king-tier vision. From time to time, however, they would see enormous waves that measured more than 300 meters in height. This was simply astounding. Casting their gazes to the shore, they could also see a gathering of many cultivators. Some were pushing newly built rafts into the sea, while others were doing battle with the roaring waves that were crashing toward them. In fact, these waves would transform into weapons and humanoids, and their battle prowess was surprisingly great. Ling Han could see the situation clearly. After entering the sea, the newly built rafts would quickly fall apart and be eaten away by corrosion. Meanwhile, their occupants would fall into the sea. After a short time, these people would resurface with their bellies facing up, as dead as could be. This was utterly terrifying. This seawater possessed a deadly power. However, once a person died, other cultivators would immediately leap onto their corpses. They would then unleash their power at the seawater, pushing the corpses forward and using them as a vessel. This was incredibly strange. Wooden rafts were unable to resist the corrosion of the seawater, yet these corpses could act as vessels with no problem at all. Ling Han came to a sudden realization. No wonder so many people were waiting on the shores. They were waiting for naive idiots to build wooden rafts and set out to sea, after which they would die and provide a suitable vessel. The cultivators on the shore had most likely come from Celestial King tier clans. It was because of this that they understood what to do. "This is the origin of the Undead Sea?" the four of them asked in curiosity. They walked over, immediately attracting the uncanny gazes of many people. They were like wolves staring at a flock of sheep. In their eyes, Ling Han and the others weren't humans at all. Instead, they were vessels to cross the sea with. Ling Han swept his gaze over them, asking, "Who wants to target us?" He wore a faint smile and he didn't appear angry at all. Some people recognized him and they immediately turned around to leave. However, there were always those who didn't recognize Ling Han. They crossed their arms before their chest as they walked forward with disdainful expressions. "Brat, you're bringing 3 ladies with you and they're even 3 extremely beautiful ladies. Are you treating this place like your own backyard?" Someone said in jealousy. They didn't mind killing Ling Han and tossing him into the sea to use as a vessel. Ling Han glanced toward the person who had spoken. This was a man with red hair. In fact, even the hair on his body was red, and it was as if he hadn't evolved properly. He appeared as wild as could be. "What kind of beast are you?" Ling Han asked. The red-haired man was enraged and he bared his teeth, revealing his 2 sharp fangs. "Don't provoke me. It won't do you any good at all," he said in a threatening voice. Ling Han laughed and said, "It's always me who says this to others. Now that I'm on the receiving end, it truly feels a little strange. After killing you, I'll carve the word fool on your corpse," the red-haired man roared. He resolutely lashed out, aiming to kill Ling Han. He would use this person's corpse as a vessel to cross the sea. In fact, he wouldn't mind taking the Empress and the others as his concubines either. Ling Han simply replied with a cold glare. A terrifying burst of cold intent burst forth, causing the red-haired man to involuntarily shudder. His attack ground to a sudden halt. The red-haired man felt like his heart was booming like thunder, and this terrified him greatly. How was this person's gaze so harrowing? With a single glance, he had almost petrified him, so much he wetted his pants. However, he pumped himself up, convincing himself that Ling Han had definitely cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed him to possess a terrifying gaze. With a shake, he instantly transformed into a red wolf. His fur was like metal and it was as luster as could be. He bared his fangs, releasing a violent aura. At the same time, the projection of a giant wolf materialized behind him, reaching 30,000 meters in height. It radiated with a boundless might. "Oh, so you're a wolf pup," Ling Han said with a smile. Screech. Little Terror couldn't help but bare its fangs with an angry expression. In its eyes, this red-haired wolf was challenging its status. "Go ahead," Ling Han said with a smile. He grabbed Little Terror from bewitching Maiden Rose's arms before throwing it at the red wolf. The red wolf was enraged. This person was attacking him with a small beast. Just how belittling was this? However, when Little Terror bared its frighteningly sharp teeth, the fur of the red wolf involuntarily stood on ends. Only at this moment did it understand the might of Little Terror. It looked harmless and adorable, yet in reality, it was a terrifying killing machine. He hurriedly activated his bloodline, causing red to flood the sky. This giant wolf projection also unleashed a howl, opening its mouth and spitting a blood arrow at Little Terror. Little Terror completely ignored this attack. Its physique could rival Ling Han's, so it had the right to act with such arrogance. Puh. The blood arrow arrived, yet Little Terror didn't even shudder. It continued to charge at the red wolf. With a quick lunge, it had already engaged with the red wolf. The roar of beasts reverberated through the sky as the large and small beast engaged in a fierce battle. However, this didn't last long as Little Terror quickly gained an advantage, and bit its opponent's neck. The red wolf continued to struggle, and this enraged Little Terror even further. It forcefully snapped its jaws shut, and with a few shakes, the red wolf quickly became limp. It ceased to move anymore. Everyone inhaled a sharp breath upon seeing this. This adorable and innocent-looking beast was actually a terrifying killing machine. Chapter 2438, Floating Corpses. Hey, he was truly seeking death, someone mused. How so? Someone beside them asked. Don't you know? He's Ling Han. The person replied. Ling Han. Gasp. That Ling Han. The cultivators in the surroundings finally came to their senses. They had all heard the rumor before 3 heavenly venerates had done battle, and the trigger was none other than a youth called Ling Han. No wonder he was so powerful. As someone who could interact with heavenly venerates, how could he not be powerful? Ling Han ignored their reactions. He grabbed the red wolf's corpse and tossed it into the sea. Those who attacked others needed to be prepared for being killed instead. No one dared to snatch this corpse. The ill fate of the red wolf was already warning enough. Ling Han and the 3 women jumped onto the corpse of the wolf. This corpse was big enough, measuring 9 meters in length. Standing on top of it, they didn't feel squished at all. With a casual wave, Ling Han sent a burst of energy at the sea, triggering a wave and carrying the wolf ship forward. Let's test out the might of the seawater first, he said. They would very likely have to battle on the sea, so he had to figure out whether he could touch the seawater or not. Moreover, he had to determine how much he could interact with, if at all. Ling Han carefully stuck a finger into the seawater. An aura of death instantly surged toward him, yearning to exterminate his vitality, sending him into an eternal slumber. Ling Han humphed as he unleashed his Celestial King tier might, instantly stopping the aura of death. This aura of death was extremely powerful, though it was still a fair way off reaching the Celestial King tier. Ascending Origin tier elites would be unable to block it, but Pseudo-Celestial Kings could face it without fear. Ling Han nodded in his mind. His physique was astonishing and he was also brimming with vitality. Thus, he could easily block the infiltration of this deadly aura. However, when he raised his hand, he saw that his palm was filled with a gray matter. This greatly affected the power of his regulation attacks. But my body art isn't affected, Ling Han said with a smile. This aura of death was similar to the regulation of darkness. However, the celestial realm most likely didn't have the regulation of darkness. This matter was slightly uncanny, but it was definitely something on the level of regulations. Thus, this was one regulation acting upon another. It didn't affect his body art at all. If I have to battle on the seas, I'll actually enjoy an advantage, Ling Han said. This sea possessed a mysterious power that stopped everyone from flying. Even with his Celestial King tier power, Ling Han was also subject to this restriction. Thus, if they did battle on the seas, even Celestial Kings would have to tread on the seawater. As such, their strength would definitely be detrimentally affected. This seems like a battlefield that's tailor-made for me. The Empress and the others also tested their reaction to the seawater. They could also resist the aura of death, yet they would need to exhaust a great amount of energy to do so. This was equivalent to slashing their battle prowess. No worry. Let's head off. Ling Han pushed with his palm again, causing the wolf ship to immediately speed up, cruising into the depths of the sea. Boom. A towering wave crashed over, measuring over 300 meters in height. Ling Han stood with sword in hand at the front of the wolf ship. After gathering power for a short while, he unsheathed his sword and unleashed a powerful burst of sword chi. Like a wrathful divine dragon, the burst of sword chi roared toward the gigantic wave. Pum. The two collided and the wave was violently obliterated. Wah. Water splashed down, streaking past Ling Han's body. However, not a single drop hit him. Ling Han was brimming with energy and he didn't need the 3 women to help him at all. He could stand here until the end of time. After several hours, the shore behind them had already vanished on the horizon. Meanwhile, the sea also became much more peaceful and calm. The celestial path also experienced cycles of day and night, and right now the sun was setting in the west. It was as if a giant fireball were hovering above the sea, fiery red in color and strangely large. However, a cycle of day and night would take 3 days in the celestial path. Thus, the setting sun continued to linger in the sky for a long time. Something's drifting over in front of us, Ling Han suddenly said. The 3 women all stood up to gaze ahead, only to see that there was indeed some foreign matter drifting toward them. It bobbled up and down in the water. It's a person, the Empress said. Ling Han looked carefully and he said, it's the person who set off before us. They had personally witnessed this person jumping onto a corpse and setting off into the sea. Right now, Ling Han could say with certainty that this was the same person. At this moment he had most likely become a corpse. After all, Ling Han didn't believe that he could endure the aura of death in the sea for so long. Ling Han pushed with his palms again, steering toward the corpse. They drew closer and closer before colliding together. A wave swept over, turning the corpse around and causing its belly to face the top. Sure enough, it was that person. Being able to arrive here is an indication that he was powerful enough to suppress the waves. However, now that he's died, Ling Han paused for a moment. That signifies other dangers in the sea, the Empress continued. Be careful, bewitching Maiden Rose said. Even though the four of them were powerful, there were many beings in the world that were even more powerful than them. This was especially the case in unknown environments such as this. They needed to be extremely wary and careful. All of a sudden, Ling Han was overcome with a sense of indescribable danger. It was as if someone had stabbed a needle between his brows, causing intense piercing pain. He immediately channeled his power, with his eyes becoming intense and his sword ready to attack. Meanwhile, the Empress and the others had already formed a flawless tacit understanding with Ling Han. They immediately entered a defensive stance, not needing his warning at all. However, where was this danger coming from? At this moment, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes. This was extremely harrowing. A dead person had suddenly opened their eyes, and they more so didn't possess any pupils at all. Their eyes were a deathly white. Fuck. Cold sweat instantly formed on the backs of Ling Han and the others. It wasn't that they hadn't seen dead people or sinister beings before. Rather, it was that the aura emanating from this corpse was far too eerie and cold. It was definitely at the Celestial King tier. The corpse raised its head and suddenly opened its mouth, revealing a row of razor-sharp teeth. It leaped up to gnash at Ling Han. Humans definitely didn't possess such razor-sharp teeth. Each tooth was like a piercing spear, and it appeared as uncanny as could be. How pretentious. After locating the source of the danger, Ling Han surprisingly became calmer instead. He clenched his right fist and threw a punch at the corpse. The corpse didn't dodge and it instead widened its mouth, aiming to bite Ling Han's fist. You want to see whether my fist is harder or your teeth are stronger? Ling Han mused. He gladly accepted this challenge, resolutely following through with his punch. Crack. The corpse forcefully closed its mouth, biting down on Ling Han's wrist. Ling Han cracked a grin. He unleashed the power of his punch, and the teeth of the corpse were completely unable to withstand this might. Pum. His punch directly struck the corpse's throat. The corpse shuddered violently, and it was as if its eyes were about to pop out. However, it continued to hold onto Ling Han's wrist, obstructing his movements. It then reached over with its arms to grab him. Just how long had passed? However, its fingers had already become extremely long and sharp, and it was as if they were steel swords. I'm telling you you're dreaming, Ling Han said with a shake of his right arm. Crack, crack, crack. The teeth of the corpse shattered, and with a flick of his arm, the corpse was sent flying. Plop. The corpse landed back in the ocean, sending a splash of water into the air. After just an instant, the surface of the sea was disturbed again, with the corpse resurfacing and attacking Ling Han and the others with countless drops of water. Ling Han slashed down with his sword. 1. The drops of water instantly froze in the air. After a brief moment, they then shot back at an even quicker speed. Poo pew pew. The corpse was instantly riddled with wounds, yet it didn't shed a single drop of blood. Chapter 2439, Water Vine. Ling Han threw another punch. Pum. His strike landed on the chest of the corpse, its wild power causing the ribs of the corpse to instantly shatter, blowing a hole through its back. This corpse had already been drained of its blood. Thus, even though its body was torn apart, all that flowed out was seawater and some kind of unknown gray matter. Pum. The corpse was blasted into the sea again. This time, however, it didn't resurface. Ling Han pondered for a moment before saying, its vitality index is around 4,700. This was far inferior to the four of them. In fact, even bewitching Maiden Rose had a vitality index of 4,700. Thus, they hadn't needed to fear that corpse at all. However, this situation was only specific to them. One had to realize that ordinary cultivators at the peak stage of the ascending origin tier only had a vitality index of around 4,300. Even monarch stars would only have a vitality index of around 4,500. From this, it was clear just how powerful a vitality index of 4,700 was. If one weren't a pseudo-celestial king, they would need to ingest some crimson demonic earth if they wanted to rival these corpses. Of course, Ling Han was a completely different matter. After all, only one such freak existed in the countless dimensions and after countless epochs. Ling Han wore a solemn expression. Even though the corpse hadn't been threatening, how had it been formed? That person hadn't appeared to be too powerful while alive, with his vitality index back then hovering around 4,300 at most. Perhaps 4,400. There had been a limit to his power. There was a terrifying secret hidden in this sea. Splash. There was a splash of water as the corpse suddenly resurfaced before them. This time, it had finally undergone some transformations. There was a gray vine wrapped around its spine, and it was as if it were injecting something into the corpse. This was most likely the vine of some water grass. It was tubular in form, and there was some kind of indescribable fluid coursing through its length. It was incredibly long, and it had most probably slithered out from the depths of the sea. Wong. The corpse opened its eyes again. This time there was a film of hazy gray on its deathly white eyes. So this is how the Undead Sea got its name, Ling Han said. Even though the living beings who fell into the sea would be killed, they would be revived, through some strange method. Moreover, they couldn't be killed no matter what. In a sense, they were undead. Let Nyo deal with it, Nyo said with excitement. She loved this kind of fresh challenge. Pum. She dashed forward, with her feet treading atop the seawater. Even though the regulations here were strange, she could still stay above the water for a very long time. The young lady charged her fist before swinging it at the corpse. The water vine twisted like a whip, swinging the corpse at Nyo. Nyo isn't afraid, Nyo shouted. The power of regulations gathered on her fist as it blasted toward the corpse. Pung pung pung. The corpse continued to exchange blows with Nyo. However, it didn't use its fists or legs. Instead, it used its entire body as a weapon. In reality, the water vine was the hand that was brandishing a weapon. Meanwhile, the weapon was the entire corpse. Ling Han nodded and said, "It's the plants in the sea that are reviving the corpses. Moreover, this person was most likely killed by something from the sea as well. But this isn't certain. Perhaps the plants in the sea took control of the corpse that he had been riding on, using it to toss him into the sea before killing him. Huh. Then there should be another corpse." Just as he said this, splash. Another corpse dashed out from the water, with its spine also entangled with a vine. It radiated with a malevolent aura as it charged at Nyo. These corpses are quite smart. They understand the notion of killing one enemy instead of only wounding 5, Ling Han remarked. Bewitching Maiden Ro covered her mouth and chuckled. Do you really think everyone is as dumb as you? Ling Han laughed as he charged forward with his sword. However, his target wasn't the two corpses. Instead, it was the water vines. Plop. He directly dived into the sea. Seawater enveloped him, instantly surrounding him with an overwhelming aura of death that wanted to infiltrate his body and corrode his very being. However, Ling Han was unafraid as he channeled his power, forcefully clearing his surroundings. This was a taxing task, and it was as if the entire sea had become his enemy, yearning to crush him into smithereens. Being on the sea and being in the sea were two completely different notions. After some calculations, Ling Han told himself that he could only maintain this state for 2 hours at most. Otherwise, even he would become exhausted. Swoosh. A water vine suddenly shot over from some unknown location in the depths of the sea, aiming to entangle Ling Han. Ling Han met this attack with his sword, with gleams of ice-cold light accompanying a murderous aura that soared into the sky. The water vine arrived, yet it was viciously struck by his sword. However, Ling Han felt as if he had struck a piece of divine metal. The vine was frighteningly tough. However, it wasn't genuine divine metal after all. Ling Han unleashed his full power, upon which the divine demon sword also unleashed a devastating murderous aura. With a crack, the water vine was forcefully cut into two. Gray matter instantly surged into the sea from this wound, and it was as if the water vine were bleeding. The surroundings were instantly dyed gray. Ling Han immediately felt an increase in the concentration of the aura of death. It was as if tens of millions of thin needles were stabbing at his back, yearning to shatter his defenses. Does the aura of death in this sea come from these water vines? Or have these water vines been transformed by the aura of death in the sea? Ling Han didn't have time to ponder this as the severed vine lashed at him again. The water vine was unbelievably long, so the loss of 6 or so meters of it that Ling Han had severed barely affected it at all. However, Ling Han replied with a cold chuckle. So what if this water vine was long? He would continue to cut it until there was nothing left to be cut. The water vine attacked him several times, yet it was ruthlessly slashed off by him each time. In the end, it stopped this act of self-harm rapidly shrinking back into the depths of the sea. It's given up just like that. However, Ling Han's pupils instantly contracted. He looked down only to see 17 dark objects shooting over from below. Looking carefully, these were 17 separate water vines. It even knows to call friends. Ling Han didn't dare to be careless. If he were on the surface of the ground, he wouldn't be afraid even if he were attacked by 170 water vines, much less 17. However, he was in the sea, where he needed to expend a great deal of energy resisting the pressure of the water. Thus, his battle prowess had naturally fallen by a significant amount. With a kick of his feet, he swam toward the surface of the sea. Battling down here would be far too disadvantageous for him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 17 water vines shot toward his feet. They were surprisingly intelligent, and they understood that they could achieve easy victory if they dragged Ling Han to the bottom of the sea. Ling Han swung his sword, sending a burst of razor-sharp sword chi toward the water vines. Meanwhile, he took advantage of the backward momentum to rapidly rise to the surface of the sea. Shwa! The sword chi swept over. However, the 17 water vines performed an astonishing action. They surprisingly entangled together, forming a giant fist to punch at the sword chi. Puh! The sword light arrived, yet it only managed to leave a shallow mark on the water vines. The water vines then rapidly disentangled before continuing to shoot toward Ling Han. With a crash, Ling Han broke through the surface of the sea. He stood atop it and the pressure around him instantly vanished. Right now, he only needed to resist the peculiar power of regulations in this region, preventing himself from sinking. Splash, splash, splash. The 17 water vines shot out from the water at almost the exact same time. They then attacked Ling Han from different directions. Ling Han was unafraid as he battled these water vines with his divine demon sword. These water vines were far more powerful than the corpses, yet their vitality index was only around 4,800. Even though he was facing them alone, Ling Han was still clearly relaxed and unfazed. He continued to swing his sword, with more and more severed vines landing in the sea, dyeing the water gray and filling it with an aura of death. Whoosh! The water vines suddenly retreated in unison, including the 2 corpse-wielding vines that had been battling against Hunyo. They shrunk back into the sea together. Chapter 2440, Island of Prodigies. The water vines retreated. Not only had the water vines retreated, but they had even taken the 2 corpses with them. Peace and normality returned. It was as if this were a tranquil afternoon where the warm sun shone down to a carefree tune. However, Ling Han didn't dare to let his guard down. He refused to believe that these water vines would give up so easily. Not good. With a frown, he instantly leaped into the sea. Plop. He looked down only to see 19 water vines silently sneaking over, targeting their ship. These water vines were truly quite intelligent. They understood the concept of killing the horse before killing its rider. Even though they were discovered, they had still achieved victory. They had forced Ling Han to battle in the sea. Ling Han's gaze was baleful and he said with his divine sense, "Since you insist, don't blame me for being ruthless." He retrieved the heaven and earth origin stars. This was a devastating weapon that could threaten the lives of even low-level celestial kings. Sure enough, the 19 water vines faltered upon seeing this. It was as if they understood the danger of this item. They didn't dare to approach. However, they didn't retreat either. Instead, they came to a stop in the distance, and it was as if they were staring at Ling Han with cold gazes. This wasn't good news. After all, Ling Han could only stay in the sea for a limited amount of time. However, if these water vines didn't retreat, he couldn't return to the ship, either. He had to stand guard here. This put him on the back foot. Ling Han decided to sheath his sword. With one hand he grabbed the fur of the wolf corpse to carry himself forward, and with his other hand he held the heaven and earth origin stars to threaten the water vines. The ship continued to move, it was being furiously pushed forward by the three women. Meanwhile, Ling Han's stamina also continued to rapidly drain. The sea was incredibly terrifying. In fact, it could even be treated as a second heaven celestial king. By entering the sea, Ling Han was essentially facing the pressure exerted by such a celestial king. Even though the sea wasn't unleashing its full strength, this pressure was rushing at Ling Han from all possible directions. There was no reprieve anywhere. Ling Han had no option but to expend a huge amount of his energy to resist this pressure, increasing his expenditure. Of course, replenishing his energy was also easy. He simply needed to eat some food and rest for a while. Doing so would definitely help him recover. However, did Ling Han have any time to recover? 1 hour quickly passed by. At this moment, Ling Han was already starting to feel some strain. He had estimated that he could stay in the sea for around 2 hours. However, that was the absolute limit. Starting from the 1 hour mark, he was already starting to feel stretched. This feeling would only worsen, all the way until he was unable to endure it. Time continued to creep by. Cold sweat started to form on Ling Han's forehead. At this moment he couldn't help but cherish the Black Tower. However, he immediately reminded himself that precious tools were only assistive tools. There would eventually come the day when his strength surpassed the Black Tower. If he became overly reliant on it, what would he do then? Thus, he needed to get used to life without the Black Tower. Ling Han gritted his teeth and endured. He had already made up his mind. If he truly became exhausted, he would extract some power from the Dimension Scroll. That would replenish some of his energy. Moreover, the formation of a heavenly venerate tribulation would also very likely scare away these water vines. The time approached 2 hours and cold sweat was already pouring down Ling Han's forehead. His hand that held the heaven and earth origin stars was also trembling slightly. The water vines clearly noticed this as well, and they all started to become restless. They were itching to make a move. Right at this moment, the Empress suddenly transmitted a message with her divine sense saying, "Hold on for a little longer. There's an island up ahead." Ling Han was overjoyed. This was truly like the arrival of rain in a drought-stricken land. There couldn't be better news. He could sense the speed of the ship increasing, and he could also make out a fuzzy and ginormous dark figure before him. This was most likely the portion of the island that rested below the water. However, seeing the island was only one matter. Sailing there would still take a significant amount of time. Ling Han could only grit his teeth and endure. Crack. His bones creaked and cracked, which was due to the immense pressure of the sea. His entire body ached, and it was as if his bones were about to explode. However, the island drew closer and closer. Perhaps they were only 15 minutes away from it. The water vines seemingly saw this as well, and they couldn't help but become agitated. They started to sway around, and it was as if they could barely hold themselves back from attacking. However, they were extremely fearful of the heaven and earth origin stars, so they continued to hold back from attacking. Pum. Ling Han felt the ship shudder, and he could already see the black stone before him. He immediately dashed up. Splash. He broke through to the surface, and he immediately collected the wolf corpse as he did so. They would still needed to leave the island. The three women had already ascended the island. Ling Han followed behind them, and he almost fell on his behind. He had never felt so tired before. Splash. The 19 water vines also shot out from the water. They were arched like snakes, and it was as if they were staring at Ling Han and his companions. They didn't attack, nor did they retreat. They simply hovered there as if they were guards. Let's go. The Empress and the others carried Ling Han as they quickly left the shore. Just then they had been fully focused on steering the ship, so they hadn't had the time to carefully observe the island. Only now did they have a chance to do so. This was an island that was filled with a primordial aura. It measured 30 kilometers or so in diameter, and it couldn't be considered as a big island. Lush green vegetation covered the island, and the trees towered 300 meters into the air. Their leaves were healthy and large, blocking out much of the sun. As a result, the ground was always moist and dark. Ling Han retrieved some food and voraciously devoured it. The best way to replenish energy was to eat highly nutritious foods. Thus, he was either eating the meat of high-level immortal beasts, or chowing down on celestial medicines. His energy and stamina were rapidly replenished. The island wasn't large, so with their speed, they arrived at the center in no time at all. This was also the highest point on the island. When they walked out of the dense forest, they felt as if everything had suddenly become open and clear. There was a patch of empty land before them. This land was flat and there were surprisingly a few people sitting there. Ji Wuming, Jialan, Shichanzi, the Rain Emperor. Ling Han immediately recognized 4 of them. There were also 2 people who he didn't recognize. However, they were both brimming with vitality, and they were clearly powerful monarch stars. Ling Han. 4th brother. Upon seeing Ling Han, several of these people exclaimed in greeting. However, apart from the brotherly affection shown by the Rain Emperor, the rest of them all wore interesting expressions. This was especially the case with the 2 people whom Ling Han didn't know. They both wore slight scowls, and it was clear that they were filled with animosity. Ling Han stood still as he nodded at the Rain Emperor and replied, "Second brother." The Rain Emperor walked over, and Ling Han asked with his divine sense, "What's going on?" "I was pursued by several water vines, and I was fortunate enough to come across this island where I can rest for a while," the Rain Emperor replied with his divine sense. He paused for a moment before continuing, "It's the same for everyone else." Ling Han frowned and said, "In other words, we've all been trapped here." The Rain Emperor nodded and replied, "I tried to set off again, but no matter where I leave from, I'll always encounter those water vines." Ling Han was even more astonished. "But we weren't attacked by the water vines before we arrived on the island. Combined with your situation, it seems like these water vines are purposefully herding us onto this island." The Rain Emperor also frowned upon hearing this. If the water vines were truly herding them onto this island, then it was clear that this island wasn't a safe place either. "Brother Ji, what do you say?" Ling Han asked as he looked toward Ji Wuming. This wasn't the first time that Ji Wuming had entered the celestial path. If someone understood the current situation, it would definitely be Ji Wuming. Chapter 2441. Son of Sealed Emotion, Heavenly Venerable. Ji Wuming glanced at Ling Han before shaking his head and replying, "What if I told you that the severing mundane tier, dividing soul tier, celestial path, and whatnot all didn't exist before? These notions only appeared after the transformation of heaven and earth. How would you react?" Ling Han's mouth was slightly agape and he said in astonishment, "I'll probably react like this." Ji Wuming nodded and said, "A long time ago the celestial path didn't exist." In other words, in Ji Wuming's previous life, that was when he was the 9 Lights ancient Buddha, there was no need to traverse the celestial path to become a celestial king. Instead, they used another method to form their celestial seed. Ling Han pondered over this. A while ago he had discovered a damaged celestial tool on the celestial path. It had been left by the karmic life Heavenly Venerable's mother. Combining this discovery with Ji Wuming's words, it could be proved that the celestial path had once been a part of the celestial realm. After the transformation of heaven and earth, this region had broken off from the celestial realm and transformed into a mystery realm. Afterward, ascending origin tier elites who wanted to become celestial kings all needed to enter this mystery realm to form a celestial seed. Ling Han mulled over this for a moment before saying, "It seems like heaven and earth is also playing a game of chess." In reality, heaven and earth were the most powerful. Regardless of how one cultivated, they couldn't surpass the power of heaven and earth. Take, for example, the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable and the others. Their footsteps could only halt here. If they wanted to advance further, they would need the celestial realm to collapse. In this realm, everyone was subject to the suppression of heaven and earth. Right now, there was an intense battle between the celestial realm and the foreign realm. The heaven and earth of the celestial realm was naturally unwilling to collapse, yet it couldn't directly interfere with the battle. Thus, it made some other arrangements such as accelerating the appearance of some rare opportunities. By doing so, it could nurture an increasing number of prodigies who could resist the invasion of the foreign realm. However, there was also another possibility. Perhaps heaven and earth had already arranged things a long time ago. In fact, it might have arranged things several epochs ago, when the celestial path had first appeared. Heaven and earth. What in the world does it want to do? Ling Han. There was a loud roar as a handsome man strode over. His gait was like that of a dragon and a tiger, and he was like a paramount ruler as he walked over. A golden glow rose from his body, and it was as if people could only bow down before him. Even though Ling Han had yet to fully recover, he wasn't afraid of this person at all. He hadn't exhausted his power of regulations, so his battle prowess was still as fearsome as could be. He remained silent as he looked toward the man. "I'm Dongfang Rue," the young man announced. His words surprisingly transformed into all kinds of immortal beast symbols, and this was truly an astonishing sight to behold. "Oh, okay," Ling Han replied with a nod. He then turned to Ji Wuming and continued, "Brother Ji, what do you say?" He completely ignored Dongfang Rue. "Ling Han." Dongfang Rue roared in anger. Boom. The golden glow around him trembled, and he was much like a sun god that was about to erupt. Jialan stepped forward and said, "Brother Dongfang, please calm down." Her figure was shapely, and her appearance was also exquisite. She was extremely attractive. "This island is filled with unknown dangers, so this is a time for cooperation and understanding," Shi Chanzi also said. Dongfang Rue was obstructed and he didn't use force on Jialan. Instead he looked at Ling Han with a cold expression and said, "I've heard many people speak about your arrogance lately." Sure enough, they were speaking the truth. Ling Han raised his brow and said, "You're dissatisfied? Since this person was filled with hostility, was there any need for him to be respectful?" "Ah, ah." Dongfang Rue roared with contemptuous laughter. "When I was challenging the world, your ancestors were probably still languishing in a hole." Ling Han instantly came to a realization. "Oh, are you another descendant of some ninth heaven celestial king? Did they seal you for several epochs but forget to seal your toxic mouth for a while longer?" "This?" Dongfang Rue almost exploded in rage. How was this person so toxic? His black hair stood on ends, and the golden glow around him transformed into a divine broadsword that pointed at Ling Han. It was ready to strike at any moment. He was a monarch star, and he had more so become a pseudo-celestial king now. His vitality index was roughly around 4,800, so his might would naturally be astonishing. However, he suddenly suppressed his anger and said in a solemn voice, "My father is the sealed emotion heavenly venerable." Ling Han was astonished. The sealed D**CK heavenly venerable actually has a son? He looked Dongfang Rue up and down and said, "Are you sure you're not your neighbor's son?" Dongfang Rue was unable to hold back any longer. With a bellow, he charged at Ling Han with no regard for anything else. The golden glow around him pulsated, and it was as if it were breathing out golden sword after golden sword. This was an astounding scene. This was as expected of a monarch star who had ruled during his time. He was unbelievably powerful. However, Ling Han was unafraid. He had already surpassed the level of monarch star, and his evolution index had more so risen to 11. Even monarch stars could only gaze up at him. Without using his body art and only relying on his power of regulations, he could already reach a vitality index of 4,900. This would provide him with a crushing advantage. He pressed forward with his palm, instantly trapping Dongfang Rue. All of Dongfang Rue's struggles were futile. There was a vitality index gap of 100 between them, and this was like the gulf between the Emperor tier and the Monarch tier. Ling Han stepped forward and he just was about to swing his palm at Dongfang Rue's face. Humph! Dongfang Rue's eyes instantly narrowed in anger. Whoosh! A golden sword leaped out from between his brows, instantly unleashing a formidable might. Celestial Tool. The golden sword instantly shattered Ling Han's spatial restriction, allowing Dongfang Rue to break free. With a furious roar, he slashed the sword down at Ling Han. He was the son of a heavenly venerate, so possessing a celestial tool was as obvious as could be. However, after stealing a few glances at the sword, Ling Han was astonished by what he discovered. This wasn't a celestial tool. This golden sword had indeed been forged from divine metal. However, its might was only equivalent to that of the divine demon sword. It was only at the ascending origin tier. It was clear that Dongfang Rue was filled with ambition. He didn't want to be protected by his father, and he wanted to forge a celestial tool for himself. Only so could he unleash the full might of the celestial tool. Ling Han laughed loudly as he unsheathed his divine demon sword. Boom. The two of them exchanged a strike. Like before, Dongfang Rue was blasted back again. He was deeply astonished. He hadn't imagined that Ling Han also possessed a celestial tool. Moreover, this celestial tool was the same as his. Ling Han was also trying to forge his own celestial tool. Dongfang Rue's disadvantage was too great, so it was futile regardless of how prodigious he was. He couldn't turn the tables and he could only defend with all his might. This was a completely one-sided battle. Jialan, Shi Chanzi, and the other young man were all stunned. They knew that Ling Han was powerful, but they definitely hadn't imagined that he was this powerful. He could crush those at the same cultivation level. One had to realize that they were all monarch stars. In other words, there was no extra room to advance. Right now, however, Ling Han was clearly more powerful than them. How was this possible? Only Ji Wuming's eyes lit up. He was filled with fighting spirit. Piss off. He immediately charged forward. Pum. He kicked Dongfang Rui aside, and a divine sword shot out from above his head. It was also forged from ordinary divine metal. It wasn't a celestial tool. Ling Han had seen his other divine sword before, the one that had been forged into a celestial tool. This, however, was a divine tool. It was clear that those with great ambitions all refused to use the precious tools of others. Instead, they were intent on nurturing their own. Only so could they create something that suited them best. This was the case even if it were a precious tool forged in their previous life. They would throw it away on a whim. Since they had decided to reincarnate and recultivate, they would need to cleanly sever everything from their previous life. Sure enough, Ji Wuming was a person of great wisdom and great resolve. Ling Han's eyes also lit up. Dongfang Rui had actually been kicked aside by Ji Wuming. Even though there had been an element of surprise, this was still a clear reflection that Ji Wuming was more powerful than Dongfang Rui. The opponent whom he held in the highest regard was none other than Ji Wuming. Seeing him become stronger, Ling Han couldn't help but feel delighted. "Come battle," he said with loud laughter. With a loud roar, Ji Wuming charged over with his sword. A boundless murderous aura soared into the air. In this life he was much like a demon, completely abandoning the Buddhism that he had personally founded in his previous life. He was a master of death, of punishment and of attacking. Chapter 2442, Rare Opponent. Ling Han battled against Ji Wuming. This wasn't their first battle, and it most likely wouldn't be their last either. Neither person went easy on the other. They both fought with their full strength, unleashing their full power. Going easy would be an act of humiliation toward their opponent. Meanwhile, Dongfang Rui bared his teeth on the side. Ji Wuming's kick had been extremely heavy, and he was still aching in pain even until now. This was a miserly pain that reached all the way to his bone. He wore a baleful expression as he glanced at Ji Wuming and then Ling Han. He boiled with killing intent. A single slumber had changed everything. He had once been an invincible monarch star, and it had been difficult to even find an opponent. Now, however, not only were there several monarch stars, but there were even ones who were more powerful than him. In the past, he had yearned for a powerful opponent. Now that he had found such opponents, however, he couldn't accept his inferiority. This was mainly because Ling Han and Ji Wuming were far too powerful. They were vastly more powerful than him, so much so that he couldn't even see a glimmer of hope. He had to exterminate such opponents. He tightened his grip on his sword and he channeled his power to the peak state. If Ling Han and Ji Wuming both suffered heavy wounds, he would lash out and kill them without hesitation. At that time he would immediately enter the heaven-forbidden state, pushing his battle prowess to the level of Celestial King. He would then kill them with a single stroke of his sword. The other youth glanced at Dongfang Rui, imperceptibly exchanging a glance with him. Dongfang Rui immediately understood his intention. The youth was saying, "Leave one for me." He gave a slight nod before turning his gaze to Ling Han. This was to signal that Ling Han was his. The other youth also gave a slight nod. He then locked his gaze on Ji Wuming. Dongfang Rui stopped focusing on Ji Wuming. He was completely confident in the other youth's ability. This was because his background was no weaker than his. In the past, he had also been invincible in his cultivation level. Similarly, he had also been sealed until recently, awaiting the great opportunity of this celestial path. He was called Shen Rong, and he was the grandson of the Jianghu Heavenly Venerate. At the same time, he was also the most powerful successor of the Jianghu clan. Ling Han felt extremely delighted and satisfied at this moment. Ji Wuming was definitely a good opponent. If there were anyone else who could rival him, that would be Huai Jian from the Foreign Realm, regarded as the most powerful monarch star in history. However, Ling Han was still more powerful. This was because Ji Wuming's evolution index had yet to reach 11. It was only infinitesimally close to 11. Even though this was only a minuscule difference, it was this tiny difference that rendered Ji Wuming's battle prowess slightly weaker than Ling Han's. After battling for a long time, this gap would be magnified further and further. Very well. Ji Wuming didn't cower at all. With a roar, a mysterious wave emanated from his body, instantly elevating his battle prowess by a significant amount. Not only had he equaled Ling Han, but he had even surpassed Ling Han by a significant amount. Right now, Ji Wuming's strength was infinitesimally close to that of a celestial king. He hadn't ingested any crimson demonic earth, and he had instead entered some sort of mysterious state. This state allowed him to rival the power of celestial kings. Heaven forbidden state. This was a state that even the heavens forbade. This was because celestial kings represented the will of heaven and earth. Thus, was for measly ascending origin tier cultivators to rival this not an act of provocation toward the heavens? Thus it was naturally forbidden. After entering this state, Ji Wuming became even fiercer than before. His battle prowess rose by more than 100-fold. Because Ji Wuming had been a celestial king in his previous Lithia most powerful ninth heaven celestial king, at that his mastery of regulations could almost surpass that of all celestial kings. When others reached the celestial king tier, they only enjoyed an increase in cultivation level. However, things were different for him. Upon reaching this level, he could better wield the power of regulations, therefore allowing his battle prowess to rise significantly. Ling Han was instantly pushed to his back foot. For other people, their cultivation speed would grow slower the higher that they advanced. They would need longer and longer to accustom themselves to each cultivation level. However, things were different for Ji Wuming. His cultivation speed would grow quicker the closer he came to becoming a celestial king. Moreover, he didn't need to familiarize himself with anything. He had already been the strongest celestial king in his previous life. Boom, boom, boom. Ji Wuming was extremely domineering, and his black hair streaked through the wind as he brandished his sword, making him appear extremely handsome. However, his aura was like that of a demon, uncanny yet mesmerizing at the same time. Ling Han roared with laughter. He continued to wield his sword with his right hand, while he clenched his left hand into a fist. He then activated his body art and unleashed his self-founded fists of fury. This was a combination of regulations and body arts. Thus, it didn't matter even if he hadn't cultivated the heaven-forbidden state. These were two completely different powers. In fact, this was equivalent to the combined power of two pseudo-celestial kings, one with a vitality index of 4999, and the other with a vitality index of 4,900. This was extremely terrifying. This allowed Ling Han's battle prowess to immediately jump to 5,000. He was no weaker than Ji Wuming. They both unleashed their trump cards, yet neither side was able to defeat the other. Their strength was incredibly close. As they watched the battle between the two freaks, even Jialan and the other monarch stars could only click their tongues in wonder. Too powerful. Even if they entered the heaven-forbidden state or ingested the crimson demonic earth, their battle prowess could only grow infinitesimally close to the celestial king tier. How could they possibly surpass this level? This was the restriction of heaven and earth. If one weren't a celestial king, they could only remain beneath the level of celestial king. However, these two people were defying the heavens. In fact, only by defying the heavens could one become a heavenly venerate. This was because heavenly venerates were born from defying the heavens. They didn't belong to heaven and earth, and they would even be targeted by heaven and earth. Perhaps, two heavenly venerates were going to appear in this generation. Jialan and the others all wore envious expressions. However, they immediately told themselves that they also had a chance. The flawless celestial seed, one of perfection, and one that was nurtured from the essence of heaven and earth for several epochs. This celestial seed could provide them with a sliver of hope to advance to the heavenly venerable tier when ascending to the ninth heaven. I have to obtain this, they all thought to themselves. In order to obtain this flawless celestial seed, they would kill those beside them with no hesitation. Ling Han and Ji Wuming were still engaged in an intense battle. At this moment, their respective battle prowess had soared to around 5,100. This was absolutely terrifying. Just the shock waves of their attacks alone could easily kill ascending origin tier elites. If the spectators weren't all pseudo-celestial kings, many of them would have definitely been killed. However, in a strange sight, the furious battle between the two pseudo-celestial kings failed to affect the grass and vegetation of the island. It was as if these plants were one with the island. If someone wanted to damage them, they would need to destroy the entire island. This was extremely uncanny. After all, the battle prowess of celestial kings was already great enough to easily shatter celestial bodies in the sky. As such, wouldn't destroying a small island be a simple task? This place was indeed strange. After battling for another 2 hours, Ling Han and Ji Wuming stopped attacking at almost the exact same time. Ha 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 ha. The two of them exchanged a glance before bursting into hearty laughter. They both felt indescribably satisfied. It was rare to find such a worthy opponent. Ling Han had a feeling that he could become a heavenly venerate 10 times quicker with Ji Wuming around. A good opponent could provide him with endless motivation. Ji Wuming clearly felt the same as well. Thus, there was also fighting spirit and appreciation in his eyes as he gazed at Ling Han. Dongfang Rui and Xian Rong exchanged a glance, both wearing slight frowns. They hadn't expected that Ling Han and Ji Wuming would stop their battle so soon. They were far from wounding each other. As such, they had no chance to attack either. Ling Han glanced over and said, "Don't be rash and don't seek death." He didn't attack them carelessly. This was because everyone had a final trump card advancing to the Celestial King tier. Not only would their battle prowess remain at the Celestial King tier, but it would even surge by a significant amount. Thus, unless one could succeed in launching a surprise attack, it was better not to waste their energy trying to kill others. Of course, Ling Han didn't need to give Dongfang Rui and Xian Rong face either. After all, could they become so enraged that they chose to advance to the Celestial King tier? Chapter 2443, Huo Furong. Both Dongfang Rui and Xian Rong trembled in rage. Just when had they been treated like this before? However, they were indeed no match for Ling Han. Even if they teamed up and entered the Heaven Forbidden state, they would still only be able to suppress Ling Han. Trying to kill him in the short time span provided by the Heaven Forbidden state would be impossible. In any case, if they pushed their opponent too far, he could break through to the Celestial King tier. In other words, everyone was in possession of a deadly trump card. Thus, they wouldn't push things too far if they weren't confident. Naive fool. Dongfang Rui chided. It's beneath me to speak drivel with you. Xian Rong also said in a cold voice. Ling Han gazed into the distance and said, Brother Ji, have you noticed? All of the people forced onto this island are monarch stars. Only Bewitching Maiden Ro was an exception. This was because she had come with Ling Han and the others. Ji Wuming nodded and replied, if one isn't a monarch star, it's extremely difficult for them to make it here. However, Ling Han didn't agree with this statement, saying, even though I threatened the water vines that I encountered, if they had insisted on attacking, the outcome would have been hard to determine. He only possessed a limited number of heaven and earth origin stars, yet there had been a total of 19 water vines. If they had attacked no matter the cost, he could have indeed destroyed many of the water vines, but the party of 4 would have also been plunged into a perilous situation. At that time, they would have had no choice but to advance to the Celestial King tier. Otherwise, their only fate would have been death. Ling Han involuntarily took a sharp breath. The water vines hadn't considered this, had they? Was it because of this that the water vines left them with a sliver of hope? Was their aim simply to force them to this island? If this were true, then what kind of great dangers lay on this island? Ling Han voiced his concerns, causing everyone's expression to change. Even Dongfang Rui and Xian Rong were astonished. They weren't stupid, so they easily noticed the problem with just a little thought. What kind of dangers lay on this island? Perhaps this place is suppressed by heaven and earth, preventing us from advancing to the Celestial King tier? They immediately thought of this possibility. In fact, this was their greatest trump card. With their flawless celestial seed marks, and with their monarch star aptitude, once they advanced to the Celestial King tier, their battle prowess would directly soar to the second heaven. In other words, they could essentially wander around the celestial path as they pleased. They all tested this hypothesis. They slightly loosened the restriction on their cultivation. Dark clouds instantly gathered overhead, with thunder rumbling and lightning flashing. Strange. This place wasn't cut off from heaven and earth, so they weren't prevented from advancing to the Celestial King tier. Then what was wrong? Even though they were all monarch stars, they still couldn't make head nor tail of the situation. They were completely stumped. Perhaps they would be trapped here for 10,000 years? However, this didn't make sense. At that time, they would all choose to advance to the Celestial King tier. At the most, they would only face some slight imperfections. However, this was still acceptable. All of them possessed strong willpower, so there was no sense of fear or confusion among them. They simply waited on the island, calmly awaiting any changes. Several days passed and another person arrived on the island. This was a young girl who looked to be around 12 or 13 years old. She was small and petite, though she was definitely no normal person. After all, could an ordinary person make it to this island by themselves? She was not only at the ascending origin tier, but she was also a monarch star. Of course, she was also a pseudo-celestial king already. Celestial Maiden Furong. Upon seeing this young girl, Dongfang Rui and Xian Rong surprisingly greeted her with respect. This was an extremely rare sight, especially for them. The young girl acted extremely senior as she cast a calm glance at Dongfang Rui and Xian Rong. She then nodded in acknowledgement. She swept her gaze around and she didn't pay much attention to anyone. However, her eyes involuntarily lit up when she saw Little Terror. "Doggy," she exclaimed. She looked like a child who had seen a new toy. Her hard-kept image instantly shattered. Was she truly a super elite? Huo Furong. Ji Wuming's pupils contracted, and a rare expression of solemnness spread across his face. The young girl cocked her head to look at Ji Wuming. She bit her lips with her snow-white teeth as if pondering over something. After a brief moment she said, "Those who have seen me have all died. Only one person was an exception." She clapped her hands and exclaimed in an innocent voice, "You're the Baldy Nine Lights." Ling Han's heart jolted. This young girl looked innocent and adorable, but in reality she was most likely a bringer of death. Those who have seen me have all died. Just what did these words express? She definitely had a profound background. At the same time, she definitely possessed terrifying strength as well. It was because of this that both Dongfang Rui and Xian Rong, descendants of heavenly venerates, treated her in such a careful manner. They were afraid of offending this young girl. To say nothing else, Ji Wuming was definitely profoundly powerful in his previous life as well. However, judging by the young girl's tone, he had merely managed to survive after encountering her. Ji Wuming nodded and said, "Your memory is very good. If you can withstand 100 of my attacks, I won't kill you. This is the rule that I set," the young girl said. She was called Huo Furong. She looked Ji Wuming up and down and continued, "You changed your appearance and I almost failed to recognize you. You probably have the right to fight with me now. However, you'll only be able to block 1,000 strikes at most." She was brimming with confidence. Ling Han involuntarily welled up with fighting spirit. He stepped forward and asked, "What about me?" Huo Furong glanced at Ling Han, and her pupils involuntarily contracted. "I can't see through you." She paused for a moment before continuing, "You're very powerful. Not in terms of regulations but in terms of something else." Ling Han was astonished upon hearing this. This young girl was truly impressive. With a single glance, she had immediately determined that his body art was more powerful. "Come battle." The young girl was extremely domineering and resolute, and she immediately rushed forward to attack Ling Han. Upon seeing her attack, Ling Han could confirm that she wasn't exaggerating at all. Her battle prowess was truly terrifying. Ji Wuming was already powerful, but his vitality index was only approaching 4,900. It hadn't passed this threshold. However, Huo Furong had definitely passed this threshold. She was completely able to rival Ling Han. In fact, she might even be able to surpass him. Her vitality index had most likely reached 4950. The evolution index of this young girl had definitely surpassed 11. In fact, it was surging toward 12. Ling Han was stunned. This was the most powerful prodigy that he had ever encountered. Indeed, even Huai Jian couldn't compare to her. However, evolution index was only evolution index. Coming across rare opportunities was another matter altogether. Ling Han activated his body art, allowing his vitality index to approach 5,000. His battle prowess instantly surpassed hers. "Huh." Huo Furong wore an astonished expression. "You clearly haven't entered the heaven-forbidden state, and you clearly didn't ingest any crimson demonic earth either. So how is your battle prowess so close to the Celestial King tier?" "Guess." Ling Han replied with a smile. This young girl appeared far too petite and young, so he couldn't bring himself to treat her as an opponent no matter what. He came to a sudden realization and he said, "You're the Green Flame's Heavenly Venerate's descendant?" "She's my master," Huo Furong chided. She furrowed her slender brows, and she appeared extremely infuriated. Her master had always been single, so how could she have a descendant? Ling Han was slandering a heavenly venerate. It was no wonder that she looked so petite and young. She was most likely practicing some kind of cultivation technique that allowed her to maintain this form. Ling Han pushed Huo Furong back with a punch, smilingly saying, "If you don't enter the heaven-forbidden state, you won't be able to rival me." Even though her vitality index was only a few dozen lower than his, once their battle dragged on for long enough, his advantage would grow greater and greater. "How arrogant," Huo Furong said with a contemptuous smile. "However, you are right about one thing. I need to be more serious." Boom. Green flames erupted around her, appearing as frightening as could be. Chapter 2444, Trapped. Green flames rose and Huo Furong's aura also soared. Before long, her aura had surpassed the Celestial King tier. How was this possible? Battle prowess was battle prowess, and this could indeed surpass cultivation levels. Right now, however, it wasn't Huo Furong's battle prowess that had surpassed the Celestial King tier. Instead, it was her vitality index that had surpassed 5,000. One had to realize that regardless of whether it was the heaven-forbidden state or the crimson demonic earth, these things could only elevate one's vitality index to a level infinitesimally close to that of celestial kings. Now, however, Huo Furong's vitality index had definitely surpassed 5,000. In other words, she was now a celestial king. Both Dongfang Rui and Xian Rong respected her, and she had even defeated Ji Wuming in his previous life. It was clear that she had astonishing talents. However, this was far too astonishing. Huo Furong is regarded as the most powerful prodigy in all of history. If it weren't for this flawless celestial seed, perhaps she would have already become a heavenly venerate, Dongfang Rui said. He could barely contain his envy. Xian Rong also nodded, saying, "The Green Flame's heavenly venerate has great hopes for her, and she hopes that she can become a second-tier heavenly venerate." They had both been born far later than Huo Furong, so they had both heard about her legend. In fact, even the Sealed Emotion Heavenly Venerable and the Jianghu Heavenly Venerate had personally stated that their descendants were inferior to Huo Furong. If anyone else had said this, they naturally would have been unhappy. However, the two Heavenly Venerates had personally said this, so they had no option but to accept this. Huo Furong's aptitude could be regarded as peerless in history. She could be viewed as the #1 celestial maiden in the world. "Little brat, when I was defeating opponents throughout the world, you were still nowhere to be seen," Huo Furong said. She was like a queen of flames, with her entire body enveloped in scorching green fire. However, she remained indestructible. Meanwhile, the flames were so fiery that Ling Han felt a strong urge to avoid touching them. This was far too terrifying. Source power of flames? Ling Han guessed. This was because he had once possessed a source power of flame as well. However, after advancing to the Immortal Palace tier, he had severed the 9 source powers. Right now, they were also about to become celestial kings. However, source powers of heaven and earth were already at the celestial king tier to begin with, so the 9 source powers didn't need to traverse the celestial path. After reaching a suitable cultivation, they would naturally advance in tier. "Indeed," Huo Furong replied. She reached out her right hand, showing her snow-white and almost transparent skin. She was truly as delicate and exquisite as jade. A small rabbit materialized in her palm, so small that it appeared a little pitiful. It hopped around in her hand. This rabbit was completely formed from flames, and it radiated with a sense of liveliness and might. Her aptitude was peerless, and when she had traveled through the world, many source powers had actively recognized her as their master. Thus, she had easily reached the dividing 9 souls. Moreover, she was an individual of great ambition and willpower, so she had also given up these source powers when advancing to the Immortal Palace tier. Afterward, however, another source power that was nearing great accomplishment had actively recognized her master. This was the boundless green phoenix flame in her hand. "Then come battle," Ling Han said. He unleashed an attack at Huo Furong. Huo Furong casually counterattacked. Her battle prowess was petrifying at this moment. With a single wave of her hand, it was as if she could obliterate heaven and earth. Her vitality index had soared to a whopping 5,100. Ling Han needed to exert great effort to keep up. However, he remained fearless. Huo Furong was indeed more powerful than him. However, his physique was also unbelievably powerful. Cancel out their advantages and their battle prowess was actually similar. Neither side enjoyed an advantage over the other. After 1,000 exchanges, Huo Furong actively retreated from the battle. She waved her hand and said, "You're not bad. You're also very powerful," Ling Han said with a nod. "There are far too many limits right now. Let's battle again after advancing to the Celestial King tier," she said. Ling Han agreed to her request. Before becoming a Celestial King, even though they had all kinds of techniques to possess a battle prowess at the Celestial King tier, they were still subject to many prohibitive limits. Ji Wuming was also burning with fighting spirit. Back then he had been no match for Huo Furong. He had only just managed to endure 100 exchanges. However, he had already been Huo Furong's most powerful opponent. Moreover, he had gone on to become the most powerful Ninth Heaven Celestial King, so this was proof enough of his talent. However, Huo Furong was even more powerful than him. In fact, she had already possessed the aptitude to become a Heavenly Venerate back then. It was only because of her lofty ambition to become a second-tier Heavenly Venerate that she had remained sealed for several epochs. Just thinking about such an opponent made his body shake. It wasn't out of fear but excitement. Ling Han and Ji Wuming were both the kind of people to become more excited the more powerful their opponent was. The emotions of exasperation and dispiritedness had absolutely nothing to do with them. Huo Furong sat down, listening to the speculations the others had about the island. As she listened, her gaze slowly wandered to Little Terror. It was clear that she was itching to play with him. In fact, it was as if she could barely contain herself from snatching Little Terror over. "If we work together, what's the chance that we can break through the restriction of the water vines?" Jialan asked. 100%. Dongfang Rui said with confidence. Ling Han frowned upon hearing this. In reality they had very little understanding of the water vines. They didn't even know how many existed. What if this was a large number? For example, 1,000, 5,000, or even 100,000. They were unaware of their enemy's situation, so how could they possibly estimate their chances? Of course, the prodigies here were indeed very powerful. If they teamed up, they could most likely resist all of the remaining ascending origin tier elites. "Why don't we give it a shot?" Shi Chanzi suggested. Even though there was great internal conflict among their group, they all had a shared goal at this moment, to cross the sea. Thus, there was a good reason for them to work together. "Then let's go." Everyone nodded in agreement. They walked to the shore, and someone tossed out the corpse of an immortal beast to use as a ship. They all leaped on, after which they pushed with their palm to sail out to sea. It wasn't long before a sinister undercurrent caught up to them. "Those water vines are trying to destroy our ship, again," they all said. "We'll form groups of 2 and try our best to keep the water vines away. One group will stand guard and the others will rest. We'll rotate groups every 1 hour, Huo Furong said, pulling her gaze away from Little Terror. No one raised any objections. After all, there needed to be someone in charge. As the strongest person, and as someone who could suppress the descendants of the sealed emotion Heavenly Venerable and Jianghu Heavenly Venerate, Huo Furong was indeed the best choice. She didn't have any direct conflicts with Ling Han either. The first group to stand watch was Shi Chanzi and Jialan. The two of them jumped into the sea, and it wasn't long before everyone else detected the ripples of battle. However, they quickly received calls for reinforcement from the 2 cultivators. The water vines, number 300. Everyone was given a fright upon hearing this. The battle prowess of these water vines wasn't overwhelming, and it was actually the pressure of the sea that was the most terrifying. Even with Ling Han's freakish physique, he still couldn't endure this pressure for too long. Thus, battling in the sea put them at a huge disadvantage. 300 water vines. This was a petrifying number. Even Huo Furong couldn't help but furrow her brows. Unless she advanced to the Celestial King tier, there was simply no way she could battle against 300 water vines in the sea. How were there so many? Damn it! More water vines are attacking. They received even worse news. They hurriedly paddled back, returning to the island. They looked toward the sea, only to see hundreds of water vines poking out from the surface. It was as if they had disturbed a dense nest of snakes. This was a harrowing scene. They're genuinely trying to oppose us. We can now confirm that these water vines are purposefully trying to trap us on this island. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it here. If these water vines had all rushed over to attack them before, they would have been left with only a single option, that was to advance to the Celestial King tier. What are they planning to do? None of them could make head nor tail of the situation. Chapter 2445, Fruit Fragrance. Ling Han and the others were all trapped on the island. There were hundreds of water vines blocking their path, and they couldn't break through this barrier at all. They had attempted to leave from different directions, yet they discovered that there was a mind-numbing number of water vines. Each direction had been blocked by several hundred water vines. It was clear that these water vines didn't want them to leave. We can't just stay like this. Everyone frowned in thought. They didn't have any time to waste. To say nothing of the fact that they could only stay here for 10,000 years, the most important thing was that there was still a flawless celestial seed to fight for. This pertained to reaching the heavenly Venerable tier. In fact, it even pertained to how far they could ascend in the heavenly Venerable tier. No one was willing to advance to the Celestial King tier, sacrificing themselves to help the others. Before the last moment arrived, no one was willing to do this. One by one the days crept by. No one else arrived on the island. It was as if this island genuinely only welcomed monarch stars. 1 month passed and everyone suddenly sat up in surprise. "Do you guys smell that?" Dongfang Rui asked. Xian Rong nodded and replied, "It's an indescribable fragrance. This fragrance even contains the fragments of a celestial seed. Even though it's only some fragments, according to my analysis, the level of this celestial seed is astonishingly high," Shi Chanzi said. They all possessed a complete celestial seed mark in their divine sense, so it was naturally very easy to perform a comparison. Everyone exchanged a glance. "There's a celestial tree here." This was a celestial tree, and it had produced a complete celestial seed. Moreover, the level of this celestial seed was astonishingly high. Perhaps, those water vines trapped us here so that we could obtain this celestial seed? Jialan arrived at a hard-to-believe conclusion. Was this possible? Bewitching Maiden Ro pondered for a moment before saying, "The celestial seed was about to ripen, so the water vines forced us onto this island to obtain this rare opportunity? Otherwise, it would be a waste of this celestial seed. That would be opposed to the Tao of heaven and earth." Dongfang Rui said with a nod. He appeared confident in his conclusion. This was most likely the case. The water vines had herded them here, and they simply trapped them here without attacking. A while ago they still hadn't understood the reason behind this. They couldn't figure out the reason no matter how hard they racked their brains. Now, however, everything could be explained. This was an opportunity bestowed upon them by heaven and earth. Why could only monarch stars arrive here? This was because the other measly cultivators weren't worthy of obtaining such a high-level celestial seed. "This isn't the flawless celestial seed, is it?" Xian Rong suddenly remarked. His heart thumped against his chest. Even as the descendant of a heavenly venerate, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of greed. This celestial seed could be the determining factor regarding whether they could ascend to the heavenly venerable tier or not. Otherwise, it wasn't as if monarch stars hadn't appeared in the past before. However, how many of them had become heavenly venerates? They had to grab this opportunity with both hands. "No matter what, let's look for it first," Huo Furong said. Everyone followed the trail of the fragrance. They traversed the mountains and they quickly discovered a cave of unknown depth. It was pitch black, not emitting a single ray of light. Even with their powerful vision they couldn't see into the cave. "I can't observe it with my divine sense either. This cave is extremely peculiar, and it's as if it can engulf all matter, allowing only entrance but no exit," the Rain Emperor said in a solemn voice. Ling Han pondered for a moment and said, "The worst-case scenario will be if we can only enter and not exit as well." This place was far too eerie. Even though this could be explained as a bestowal from heaven and earth, those water vines in the sea were far too sinister. Ling Han found it difficult to believe that this was a great opportunity. Perhaps it was, but it would definitely be riddled with grave dangers. "Coward," Dongfang Rui said with a sneer. The Rain Emperor glared at him and asked, "You're itching for a beating." Dongfang Rui almost exploded in rage. However, glancing at the displeased Empress and Hunyou, and glancing at the calm Ling Han, who knew what kind of terrifying killing intent was hidden under their faces, he calculated the strength of both sides. If they truly engaged in a conflict, only Xian Rong was certain to help him. Meanwhile, Ling Han's side had 4 people only counting monarch stars. There was a great imbalance in power. He couldn't engage in this conflict. Of course, this was unless Shenrong was willing to advance to the Celestial King tier. However, a grand opportunity awaited them, so he naturally couldn't mess things up here. Forget about it. He would endure this. He lowered his head, ignoring the Rain Emperor's threat. Don't provoke others if you're not strong enough, fucking idiot, Ling Han said. His voice was extremely loud. Dongfang Rui almost exploded in anger. Back then, he had been invincible in his cultivation level, and he had been referred to as peerless under the level of Celestial King. In fact, after entering the heaven-forbidden state, he had even been able to rival those at the first heaven. Just how domineering had he been? Moreover, his father was a heavenly venerate, so even ninth heaven Celestial Kings had to treat him with respect. Since when had he ever been derided like this? The others all exchanged a glance. However, no one spoke up for him. At their level, they were all loath to rely on outside power. If they encountered any problem, they would strive to overcome it by themselves. Dongfang Rui had caused this problem himself, and it was also he who had to cower back now. No one would show him any sympathy. Huo Furong wore an expression of impatience and she said, "Hurry up." She took the lead, walking into the cave. With her extraordinary strength, she could make it out alive even if she were ambushed by a second heaven Celestial King tier. The others followed behind her. Ling Han and his companions naturally stuck together. Ling Han walked in the front while the Rain Emperor stayed at the back. However, there was also Shi Chanzi behind the Rain Emperor, and Ji Wuming was even further behind her. This provided them with another layer of defense. By allowing Shi Chanzi to walk before him, Ji Wuming was also showing an intention to protect this grand disciple from his previous life. This way there would be Ling Han in front of her and he behind her. It was almost impossible to break through their defenses. After taking a few steps, all that remained before them was an expanse of pitch black. They could barely see 3 meters before them. Moreover, their divine sense was also limited to this small range. If they tried to detect anything beyond this, their divine sense would be completely engulfed. They wouldn't be able to sense anything. Fortunately, they could follow the path of the fragrance. Moreover, there was only a single path here, so they didn't need to be afraid of getting lost. However, after walking for a while, 3 separate paths appeared before them. Boom. An orb of green flames instantly burst to life in Huo Furong's hand, illuminating an area that measured at least 30 meters in radius. This was an origin flame of heaven and earth, and it was perhaps even at the level of Celestial King. Thus, it was naturally extraordinarily mighty. The 3 caves all looked similar. In fact, what did it matter even if they were very different? They weren't familiar with this place anyway. Taking another sniff, they realized that the fragrance was traveling over from all 3 paths. Moreover, they were all similar in concentration. That being the case, how should they choose? Everyone furrowed their brows. Their divine sense couldn't extend too far in this place. Otherwise, they would have used it to scout the different paths. Let's split up, Dongfang Rui immediately said. He had never wanted to travel with Ling Han anyway. Moreover, upon thinking of the possibility that this was the flawless celestial seed, he more so didn't want to travel with the others. After all, the flawless celestial seed would definitely trigger an intense battle. Truth be told, his battle prowess wouldn't give him an advantage either. Thus, splitting up here was the best option that he could take. Everyone exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement. People were all selfish. If there were only a single flawless celestial seed, who wouldn't want to obtain it for themselves? Then let's part ways. Shenrong said as he left the group. He chose the leftmost path. Meanwhile, Huo Furong chose the central path. After hesitating for a brief moment, Jialan also chose this path. Perhaps it was because they were both females, so she felt like it would be better to follow Huo Furong. One after another, they all made their choice. However, they still traveled in their groups. For example, Shi Chanzi left with Ji Wuming, while Ling Han and his wives traveled with the Rain Emperor. Each group chose one of the 3 paths. After walking for a moment, they came to a stop once again. Another fork appeared before them. This time, however, it wasn't a fork of 3 paths. Instead, it was a fork of 5, 7, and 8 paths. Ling Han immediately frowned upon seeing this. This is a maze. Should we retreat? Bewitching Maiden Ro asked. Chapter 2446, Smelly Insects. It was only the second fork and 7 paths had already appeared in front of them. Even if they completely split apart, it was still not enough to traverse every single path completely to the end. And it could be imagined that there would definitely be other forks later, so how were they supposed to choose? Ling Han thought for a while and then said, if we are not going back, we should choose one path and go on. They had more than enough time and could explore for a while here. Furthermore, with their memory, it would be fine even if there were even more crossroads. They were completely capable of walking back. The Rain Emperor said, I will walk one path alone. He was not someone that needed others to take care of him, but a great and noble monarch star. Ling Han was naturally unworried about the strength of his second brother. He nodded. Be careful, second brother. You guys too. The Rain Emperor chose the leftmost path. Meanwhile, Ling Han and the others took the rightmost path. When they encountered another fork, they would make the same choice. In this way, there would eventually come a day when they would meet back up again. The five of them went their separate ways. After Ling Han and his group traveled for a while as expected, they saw another crossroads ahead of them. I hate labyrinths, they're no fun. Huo pouted, appearing very unhappy. Ling Han was just about to speak, but he immediately waved a hand. I hear something. All three women entered combat stance, and Little Terror also bared its fangs, exposing its ferocious nature. Pa pa pa. There was indeed a light noise coming from ahead of them. Only a while later, they saw something the size of a water buffalo appear before them. Upon first glance, Ling Han thought that he had gone to the foreign realm again. This gigantic creature looked very much like an insect. Its whole body was covered with an outer shell, and there were light hairs all over this shell, and it had short, slender legs beneath. Right, it had legs all over. It was unlike the 100 legs of a centipede, but was rather more like wild grass, growing all over each other from its body. There were so many legs all over that a mere look was enough to cause disgust. What kind of insect was this? It was too ugly. Ling Han did not discover any eyes on this insect. True, if it had been living constantly in such conditions, what use did it have for eyes? Though Little Terror had no hair, its armor-like skin was very tense, showing the extreme state of nervousness it was in. This insect should be very extraordinary. Otherwise, there was no way that Little Terror would have such a reaction. Ling Han spread out his divine sense, wanting to communicate with this insect. Even if there was a language barrier, it would not affect communication via divine sense. However, when his divine sense touched the insect, he felt that the response from it was completely chaotic and vague, and they could not communicate at all. Roar. The insect released an attack. It opened its mouth and a shock wave immediately reverberated out. Ling Han and the others instantly felt a terrible pain in their eardrums, as if they were about to be ripped apart. Duo! Ling Han shouted loudly. Regulations shot forth, turning into multiple sharp blades that streaked towards the shockwave. Shwa shwa shwa, they tore the shockwave into pieces in just a few movements. The insect opened its mouth again. Roar, a terrifying sound wave was launched again, turning into sharp blades that shot towards Ling Han and his group. Ling Han was shocked. This guy would actually learn his tricks. He had turned his voice into a weapon, and this stupid insect actually learned from his example. The Empress shoved out Huo. Go. It was not that she feared battle, but rather that this insect was really too hideous. It was not worthy of her noble self. Nyo's not going. Nyo shouted in fury. She turned around to push the Empress instead. Bewitching Maiden Ro could only feel speechless. These were the two main ladies of Ling Han's harem. They would always be contending with one another and could not stop. Ling Han shook his head as well. He pounced out and charged towards the insect. Ping, 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 he shot out a series of punches, the force of each punch growing in succession, pummeling this insect to the point that it could only retreat continuously. After being hit consecutively with 17 punches, the insect retreated no further. It was like it had been punched silly. But after only a short while, it was ripped apart from the inside out, and a green liquid instantly gushed out, spraying all over. So smelly. All four of them covered their noses at the same time. This insect had practically been fished out of a cesspool. Its blood carried a terrible stench. They did not want to study the insect's corpse at all. They hurriedly sped up their steps and rapidly passed by the corpse. But after they had walked for a while, the rustling sounds of footsteps rang out again. From behind them at least 3 insects crawled out, immediately moving to consume the bits of dead flesh and blood on the ground, and after another while more insects arrived, joining the contest for food. Naturally, Ling Han and the others did not know this. They rapidly walked for quite a while, and only when they could no longer smell that stench did they feel like a weight had been lifted from them. The fruit's fragrance could once again be smelled. Just how far is this celestial fruit away from us? All four of them were curious. Smelling the intensity of this fragrance, they were sure that this celestial fruit should be quite close, yet why had they not come upon it yet? Right at this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard again. "It's here again," Ling Han said. True enough, in just a few breaths of time, two insects appeared ahead of them as large as bulls. Without saying another word, Ling Han directly rushed onwards. Ping, 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 he solved the problem with over a dozen punches again. This time he had learned his lesson. The moment he killed them, he immediately stowed the bodies of the insects into his spatial god tool to prevent the harm to their noses. However, the substance inside the bodies of these insects was really too smelly. Even if just the slightest bit was exposed, even if it was just a really short amount of time, the intensity of stench would be unbearable. More importantly, the number of these insects was astonishing. At first, they would only charge out from ahead of them, but later they would charge out from behind them, and there were countless insects at the forks. By now, they had already encountered 379 insects. The party of four looked livid. It should be known that they were all pseudo-celestial kings, yet they were still feeling so horrible from the stench, which was proof enough of how smelly these insects were. Let's just forget about the celestial seed. Huo was already beating the drums for retreat. Her pretty little face was scrunched up tightly. Ling Han said, "If we retreat, we will only be trapped, but here we can perhaps find the way to leave." Huo thought for a while. Ling Han was right, so she could only force herself to tolerate this. They forged onwards for another while longer, and they discovered that the number of insects was soaring. The strength of these insects was actually very weak. Their vitality index should be around 4,700, which was stronger than even the majority of pseudo-celestial kings. However, the person they were facing was Ling Han, whose body art was close to reaching celestial king tier. Naturally, they would be crushed in 2 to 3 moves. But they were really too smelly, and this stench was very penetrating and stuck easily. Now, Ling Han and the others all felt as if their bodies had been infected with the stench. No matter where they went, their noses would be able to smell that extraordinarily nasty stench, and it could not be dispersed at all. If it were not for the fact that they could still smell the fragrance of the celestial fruit, they would definitely have been unable to hold themselves back from throwing up. It's come again. They had just finished killing a pack and had not managed to walk too far yet when footsteps rang out again from ahead of them. Ling Han did not want to use his fists again. No matter how he used the power of regulation as a shield, he would still get a sliver of that stench attached to him. Hence, he summoned the divine demon sword. A figure appeared. Ling Han raised the divine demon sword and delivered a slash. Ding. Unexpectedly, this figure actually sent out a flash of light as well, and even the darkness could not swallow this light. The two flashes of light collided, instantly exploding in a terrifying shockwave. Ping, that figure was instantly sent backwards along with that flash of light before crashing into the cave wall behind him and bouncing back again. "It's you." Chapter 2447, Extraordinary Numbers. That figure opened his mouth and scolded Ling Han. Actually, when he saw that figure also delivering a light attack, Ling Han knew that it was not an insect but a human being. That light naturally was a celestial tool, so even the darkness here could not conceal it, but it was also because he could see who the other was that Ling Han had not held back, and still delivered this sword strike. The other man was Dongfang Rui. Too bad. The other party had instantly entered the heaven-forbidden state, unleashing celestial king tier battle prowess, or this strike should have been able to kill him. Ling Han couldn't help but mumble inwardly. At present, he could only kill this kind of opponent by catching him off guard. Otherwise, he would have to either enter into heaven-forbidden state, or simply break through to the celestial king tier, when he would have double layers of security. Dongfang Rui wiped the blood at the corners of his lips. If he hadn't entered into heaven-forbidden state in time just now, he would definitely have been sliced into pieces by now. And even then he had still been a little late, which resulted in him having sustained slight injury. Since childhood, he had never been bullied by anyone before, yet had now experienced a loss repeatedly at Ling Han's hand, which infuriated him. "Oh, it's you. I thought it was a smelly insect. After all, you guys look similar." Ling Han laughed. Dongfang Rui was furious. You have struck and almost killed me, and now you are actually still mocking me? Damn it. Ichai's whole body was trembling, yet he did not say a single word. Instead he turned and left. He vowed internally that when he became a Celestial King, he would definitely kill Ling Han. No, killing was not enough to vent his hatred. He wanted to tear Ling Han into pieces. Ling Han did not set off in pursuit. There was no point in wasting the energy. This really is a labyrinth, the Empress said, her delicate brows frowning deeply. Ling Han nodded. Dongfang Rui had actually walked towards them, and this was enough proof. Still, why would they feel that they were coming closer and closer to the celestial seed? The fragrance was becoming stronger and stronger, which showed that they were drawing close to their goal, but it was clear that was the same for Dongfang Rui. Their meeting had become a very bizarre occasion. This island is bizarre and this place is strange too, Ling Han said. And these smelly insects too. Hunyo added, her small face scrunched up. They were so smelly that they greatly affected her appetite. She didn't even want to eat meat anymore, they were really too despicable. Are we still going onwards? Bewitching Maiden Ro asked. Ling Han shook his head. Let's retreat to the fork before and try out a different path. They had just turned when they heard slight noises ring out and they stopped. They were in for another battle again. Only a while later the insects appeared. Because Ling Han had drawn the divine demon sword, the light of the sword was enough to illuminate a range of 30 meters, so they could see very clearly. 1, 2, 3, at least 100 insects surged out, causing the faces of Ling Han and his group to twitch madly. Previously they would only encounter 17 insects at most, but even so, they had still battled till the stench rose sky-high, which made them almost want to throw up. And now, over 100 insects had appeared, so just how smelly would they be after the battle? However, these insects did not launch an assault right from the get-go, but rather crawled in a very systematic manner before splitting apart, as if they were guards that were clearing the way. Very soon a colossal creature appeared. This was still an insect, but a massive horn was growing from its head. It was grayish-green in color and it was about 9 meters in size. Its whole body was fat and rounded like a worm and had no legs. Instead, it was being carried by several other insects. What was this? The insect queen? Ling Han dared not be careless and stayed on his guard. The giant insect set eyes on Ling Han and his group. Its horn was actually flashing with lightning, which then gushed out, turning into terrifying bolts of lightning that burst fiercely towards them. Humph! The Empress moved and swiped out a finger. The power of regulation surged forth. Puh. In this exchange, both sides emerged as equals. Ling Han frowned. The Empress's vitality index had reached 4,800, and this meant that the giant insect's vitality index was also around this number. This was extremely shocking. If this was an insect king and there was only this single one here, that would be fine, but if this kind of giant insect was only a commander, that would be terrifying. There would be stronger insects. Ling Han handed the divine demon sword over to the Empress, and the latter delivered a slash. Her battle prowess was on full throttle, and as flashes of sword chi swept out, insects would be involved one after another. Immediately they would be ripped to pieces. The divine demon sword by itself was a powerful weapon, and added with the Empress, whose vitality index was as high as 4,800, the destructive power unleashed was naturally shocking. With the boost of the divine demon sword, even that giant insect was no match for the Empress, and was soon slashed in half. The ground was covered with the bodies of pawns, the insect blood flowing everywhere. The rank stench could not be described. Ling Han and the others hurriedly retreated, but this time Ling Han forced himself to bear with the extraordinary stench, and sliced off the horn growing from the head of the giant insect. He was very intrigued by this horn. As they walked onwards, Ling Han studied that horn. Its internal structure is very strange. It is covered with some seals that can extract the power of lightning and turn it into an attack. Ling Han soon managed to get some clues, but the exact details of the seals could not be seen, because they were already damaged. When most powerful immortal beasts died, they would automatically destroy the seals in their bodies so that the ultimate techniques of their line would not be learned by outsiders. That giant insect was the same. The insect horn was made from some unknown material, and was extremely hard. It could just barely hold up against a celestial tool. At least, when the divine demon sword delivered a slash, only a light mark was left behind. This is just a nest of insects, and they are extremely and extraordinarily smelly, But why would there be a celestial tree here? Ling Han was curious. Celestial trees would indeed choose locations that had terrible conditions, but it was not logical that one would take root in such an incredibly smelly location. He had always suspected that this was not some place of great fortune. The water vines were too evil, and with these smelly insects added into the mix, Ling Han's suspicions grew stronger. Still, no matter what, we have to find the way out. They continued exploring this cave, and they would naturally endlessly suffer the assault of the insects. Ling Han's previous worries had also been realized. There was not just one of those single-horned insects. The majority of these horned insects had a vitality index of around 4,800, but there were some particularly stronger ones that reached 4,850. This was very powerful, and even the Empress would be very strained in a battle against such an opponent. Ling Han did not want the Empress to easily consume the crimson demonic earth. Hence, he streaked forward and very quickly resolved the battle. Over these dozen or so days, they would encounter a group of insects practically once every half an hour. Though they weren't difficult to deal with, it still caused them to become more and more rank in smell. In the meantime, they also encountered other people, but even when they met others, they did not join forces, but rather each walked their own path. They all had their own ideas. If this was a labyrinth, this was for the best. As long as they could get out of the labyrinth, they would be able to take the celestial seed for themselves. Day after day passed, and even a guy with an astonishing physique like Ling Han felt a strong sense of weariness. This was confusing to him. With his strength, he should not feel weary so quickly. It was not just him. Bewitching Maiden Ro, Huo, and the Empress were the same. But it should be known that they had practically not fought at all afterwards, so why would they feel weary now? The insects are poisonous. They all discovered the root of the issue. These insects carried poison by themselves, or would emanate poison upon death, and this poison had the effect of inducing weariness. And precisely because it was slowly emanating, it would only take effect once enough had been accumulated and was not fatal. It had fooled their bodies and taken effect quietly. When they realized that something was off, they would already be deeply ensnared in the mire. With a thought, Ling Han released the limits on his cultivation level, but there was not the slightest bit of unusual movement. Chapter 2448, Insect Cave. Ling Han and his group all had a very strong trump card, and that was the fact that they could break through at any time. When they advanced into the Celestial King tier, they naturally would have nothing to fear. But now, under the effects of the insect poison, their condition became extremely poor. Even if they lifted the limits on their cultivation level, they could not break through. This undoubtedly disabled them from dealing their strongest card. This is the true motive of those water vines entrapping us, right? Trap them first so they could not escape and then use the celestial seed as bait. In that previous emotional state, the chances of them entering into the cave and exploring would naturally be greatly increased. Then the trap would finally be revealed. It was probable that everyone had fallen into the trap. Then, the killing intent should appear very soon, Ling Han murmured. The Empress and the others all looked solemn. Even Huo was no longer cheery. In the past, no matter what kind of danger they encountered, they still had a path of retreat, and that was the Black Tower which could shield and hide them. Now, they would have to depend on themselves entirely. It was possible that the slightest misstep could be stepping into an abyss of no return. Another few days later, they suddenly realized that they had actually not encountered another fork after traveling for so long. This was extremely inconceivable. Previously, they wouldn't have to walk too far to encounter another fork time and again, and after some twists and turns, they were close to being driven completely dizzy. Yet now, more than half a day had passed, and they had not encountered any fork, which they were very unused to. However, though there weren't any more forks, the waves of insects were still endless, advancing wave upon wave, surging towards them. Every single one of them held no fear of death, and they were extremely troublesome to deal with. The poor condition of Ling Han and his group was becoming more and more serious, their battle prowess declining drastically. As they went further, the number of insects became greater and greater. They were also crazier, obstructing their progress as much as they possibly could. But the more they did so, the more Ling Han and the others wanted to forge onwards. It was very possible that this was the path of escape for them. In this manner they continued journeying endlessly onwards. Another day later they suddenly walked out. It was not that they had walked out of the cave, but rather it had become an extremely large mountain cave ahead of them. The height of the cave was unknown, and its size was also indescribable. In the middle, a peak suddenly shot up, and the peak was covered completely with insects. There were centipedes, horned insects, and even a few winged insects, though these were very few. Fuck, they had actually barged into an insect nest. Ling Han inhaled sharply. The insects here numbered more than thousands, so numerous and close together they seemed like an ocean. Even if their strength was extremely high, they were firstly affected by the insect poison, and secondly, there were really too many enemies. Even if they just crowded all over the human party, the latter could drown to death. Ling Han suddenly discovered a green flame flare up. He turned to look, and saw that Huo Furong was walking out of a separate passageway not too far away. When she saw this mountain and ocean of insects, she involuntarily frowned. Practically at around the same time, the Rain Emperor Ji Wuming Jialan and the others also walked out. Previously, there had been 11 of them, and there were still 11 of them now. Ji! An insect cry rang out, and all the insects turned to look at them practically at the same time. No matter what they had previously been doing, they all stopped. The scene was a little weird. Then boom, it was like a great mountain collapsing, and these insects rushed towards Ling Han and the others like a surging ocean. Quick, gather together. Seeing this scene, even the top celestial in all eras, Huo Furong, revealed a grim expression as she called out hurriedly to the rest, simultaneously retreating towards the passage. Not one of them dared to act tough. They all drew closer to Huo Furong. At present, if there was anyone that wanted to fight a solo battle, that would be a totally suicidal action. Ling Han, you and I will take the front. Shi Chanzi, Jialan, the two of you assist from the side. Dongfang Rui, you guard the back, and as for the others, rest and wait for the next shift. Huo Furong immediately assigned them their respective tasks. No one voiced any disagreement. At this moment, no matter how large their grudges were, they had to put them aside first. If they could no longer break through to the Celestial King tier, they would have to depend on what power they had now to hold up against the insects. Shi Chanzi, Jialan, and Dongfang Rui immediately consumed the Crimson Demonic Earth. Their enemies were too many and too strong. Without consuming the Crimson Demonic Earth, they would be in a very dangerous position. Ling Han and Huo Furong stood side by side in the frontmost position, facing the berserk surge of insects. They were the pillars of support here and bore a large portion of the impact. Shi Chanzi and Jialan were really just assisting from the sides, helping the two of them deal with some insects that slipped past them. The battle was about to begin at any moment, and reached the climax in mere instants. It was incredibly intense. The torn limbs and pieces and blood of the insects danced in the air as Huo Furong stimulated the origin flame, forming a barrier of fire around them. Before the insect blood sprayed on them, it had already been burnt into ashes. Ling Han released a battle cry, using fists of fury and holding nothing back. His body art was incredibly strong, and every punch he delivered was at the Celestial King tier, domineering without compare. When his body art had been exhausted to a certain extent, he would switch to using the power of regulation, trying as much as possible to keep himself in prime condition. In terms of stamina, there was no one here that could compare to him. Over 2 hours later, Huo Furong, Jialan, and the others all looked ready to collapse, but Ling Han was still very energetic. As he ingested alchemical pills to recover his power of regulation, he ate like mad on the side in order to replenish his stamina. With both actions progressing in turns, his battle prowess was constantly maintained at a very high level. But countless insects died, and their blood spread all over the ground. A grayish substance seeped out of this blood, turning into mist. That was something that even an origin flame couldn't burn off completely. Incredibly stubborn, it was determined to seep through their defensive barrier. Thankfully, everyone waved and swept out their palms, and still managed to push this gray smoke outside. Change shift. Huo Furong called out loudly. Immediately, the remaining 6 people surged forwards at the same time. This group had a clear weakness, and that was bewitching Maiden Row, while the strongest was only Ji Wuming. Instantly, they were barraged by the insect ocean, retreating continuously towards the passageway. It was all the way until they had retreated 300 meters, and they just barely managed to regain their footing. The first group took the time to rest as much as possible. They had to recover as soon as possible, or it would not take too long before this team would crumble. The passage was actually quite wide, so the range they had to defend was also very wide, making their pressure great. Ji Wuming, the Empress, and the others were also trying their best. Those who should be eating crimson demonic earth did so, and those who should be using heaven forbidden state did the same. Otherwise, they would possibly be overwhelmed by the sea of insects at any moment. These insects were too mad. Shio, a sharp gust struck, yet it was soundless and astonishingly quiet. Though Ling Han was in a state of rest, his eyes and ears were sharp and focused on the surroundings. The people battling now were his wives and brother, so how could he allow the slightest accident to happen? He immediately leaped over and sent out a punch. The divine demon sword had been handed over to the Empress, while the Celestial King ring was on Hunyo's finger. Bewitching Maiden Ro had no precious tool. In any case, her strength was the lowest in the group, and this was basically above her pay grade, so even if she was given a celestial tool, she would not be of much use either. Peng, a brilliance surged and Ling Han's body trembled. A wound had been cut open on his fist. It was not very deep, but the wound was grayish-green in color. Clearly it had been infected with strong poison. As he channeled the indestructible heaven scroll, he looked into the distance, and there he saw a winged insect slowly withdrawing its mouth. Just now it was this insect that had spat out a sharp arrow from its mouth, directly aiming for Hunyo. Not only was this arrow very powerful, the fact that it managed to wound Ling Han showed its extraordinary nature. It was also soundless and silent, extremely sneaky and dangerous. This was truly an attack by a hidden enemy. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.